Aishwarya, Aishwarya, am I audible?
Sorry. You're audible, ma'am.
Video has stopped, Aishwarya.
Next, I will play the next video, ma'am.
Yeah, fine.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute, ma'am.
Yeah, Venkatesh, can I just test whether my PPT is working?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Divya ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good
This
morning.
is Manasa ma'am from St. Joseph's.
Yeah, good morning, Manasane.
Morning, ma'am. I think sir is with us. He's gone downstairs.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You Venkatesh, yes.
No, the thing is, I think I can't share my.
PPT,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
you can click the arrow mark, ma'am.
Yeah, I clicked that, but it's just I don't have an option where my file is coming into. Wait 1 minute. Yeah. Now I think.
Ma'am, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ray.
Ma'am, shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, Venkatesh, we can start.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the FDP program. I'm super excited to have you all here. This is a forum where we have no judgment, but only unconditional love. Today, we have amongst us a speaker who is very special. And what is special about her is she loves helping others. As you listen, you'll understand the power of her speech. I'm very happy and proud to say that I'm a student of Dr. Divya John, and what I'm today is all because of Madam. The post that I hold, which identifies myself, the associate professor, I owe to Madam. I'm indebted to Madam a lot, and I cannot pray throughout my life. I thank you, Madam, for all that. And I also thank Madam for accepting my invitation. I kindly request Ms. Manasa to introduce Madam to the forum.
Sir, thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You're audible, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Happy morning to the intellectual gathering. I'm so pleased to see so many colleagues, professor, friends, and distinguished speakers all in one platform. Your strong support and active participation have made the last 2 days the most memorable event. I would like to keep it safe always. Welcome to the third day of International Faculty Development Program on challenges and prospects of teaching English language, literature, linguistics, and culture. It's great to see so many enthusiastic participants. A hearty welcome to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome our chairman, sir, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan, MA, MBA, PhD, who is always very benevolent towards us. Our managing director, Mrs. Jessie Priya, ma'am, our director, sir, Dr. B. Sashishekar, sir, who has always encouraged us. I would also like to extend my warm welcome to our principal, sir, Dr. Vadi Seshagiri Rao, our dean, ma'am, Dr. Parvadavardhini, ma'am, who have supported us always. I also would like to welcome our head of the department, Dr. V. Valinaikam, who has supported us to achieve our goals. I would also like to welcome all the speakers of the day, Dr. Divya John, Dr. Deepesh Chandrasekharan, Dr. R. Abhilasha, Madam Arfosa Akhtutina, and also Dr. Vipin Sharma, who has joined us today on this last day of International Faculty Development Program. These days wouldn't have been a success without your involvement. So it's indeed my happiness and honor to welcome the participants for the International Faculty Development Programs on challenges and prospects of teaching English language, literature, linguistics, and culture. And to talk about our today we shall be today to talk about the first speaker of the day, Dr. Divya John. She's an associate professor who works in the Department of English at SSN College of Engineering, Chennai. Ma'am has 17 years of teaching experience and presented papers in 30 national and international conferences on ELT. Ma'am has also published journals in various leading journals around the world, and she was nominated as a member of the board of studies in the faculties of science and humanities at several universities like Anna University, Chennai, SRM, Ishwari Engineering College, Autonomous, and so on. Dr. Divya John has published 27 poems in national and international journals, anthologies, and websites. Her first collection of poems, Whispers Within, was published in May 2009, and the second collection, Crisscross Cantos, in February 2019. Ma'am, it would be a honor and it would be a great delight to hear you as the first speaker for the day. And platform is all yours, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manasa. Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am.
Venkatesh.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, St. Joseph's, for giving me this opportunity. Let me first start by sharing my screen. So, the topic that I have chosen for this particular workshop is teaching speaking by tackling challenges. I would also tell you like how I'm going to go about this workshop. Um, we would first start by sharing our language learning experience. I know some of you have learned language, uh, the first language unconsciously. Like, can you think about sharing an experience where uh, you've learned language consciously? So we'll start with sharing our own insights on language learning. We would talk about the challenges that we have faced while teaching speaking. Uh, we would look into learner problems that we have identified while speaking. Okay. We would move on to a little bit of theory about speaking and second language acquisition and how we can apply those theories to our everyday classroom, right? Yeah, and then we would move. I would like to talk about uh, what makes a successful speaking activity. Okay, I would give you uh, uh, problems that we have, like we are discussing about the problems that we have faced while speaking. So we'll also think about solutions that we can actually do to solve this particular problem. And then we would also, if we have time, we'll move on to designing speaking activities, create a document that will be useful to all of us at the end of the session, like if time permits. Okay. Um, so just like just like any teacher training workshop, like I would give you 6 activities that you can work on. So I know that like just like my students would say that the mic is not working, the video is not working. So I'm going to give you an option where you can write or you can speak during the session. So at 6 different times where I would give an opportunity for all of you to speak during the sessions, where we would share our experience of teaching speaking and go on with it. Okay. So yeah, um, this is this is somebody that I admire really. When I started my teaching career, I remember reading a few books of Penny Ear that actually helped me in my own teaching. Okay, something I like about her is that Penny Ear gives you really wonderful tips on your everyday teaching part. Okay, so as teachers, we all know that speaking is significant. Okay, um, and Penny Ear says that it seems intuitively the most important skill that is needed. And when you talk about language learning, like they call speakers of the language that insist the importance of speaking needed in the language. Okay, so and if you want to learn a foreign language, people are most interested in learning how to speak. So so we all know the importance of speaking a language and the important significance of speaking in our everyday life. Okay. So I'm starting with like all of us have had insights into language learning during our life. Um, there are languages that we have picked up naturally. There are languages that we have picked up in school and things like that. So there are a lot of insights that we've had during that journey. So I would like to, I would want all of you to share, like not all of you, like I'm just giving 5 minutes, a few insights that you've had into language learning, and what do you think, what was a method that really worked for you, right? So a story becomes like the learning becomes efficient when a teacher is actually convinced about the kind of method that she adopted during her language learning journey, and mostly it is that particular method that we would try to advocate in our students. Okay, So can I listen to a few? I'm just giving you 5 minutes. Can we share? Yeah. Swarna Kumar has raised his hand. You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, primarily I was admitted in an English medium school in class 2, and then there was this ma'am, principal ma'am. She would often come in and encourage us. She was probably the only one who would encourage us to do mistakes, as in confidently say wrong things, and then remember when you are doing it. And the teachers would point out to us that this is wrong and that is wrong, but then as in after a certain point we would hear it, as in we would know that this is not sounding right. We did not need grammar actually to learn the language, but yeah, it happened so naturally that I cannot say anything other than this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else like? So I think the point that you're insisting on is that you learned language by practice on an everyday note, right? Like if I can sum up what you said now, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay. Somebody else, like, what do you think was your language learning experience?
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead, Vidya.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I had a very bigger experience, ma'am. When I was in my plus two, uh, my principal, vice principal was handling English for us. And what happened was I had a very poor background of English actually because I just hailed from some of the rural areas. And I know that my English is not good. English was not good. And after reaching first standard also, I didn't improve because there was no motivation. And I too didn't take a point to learn by myself. So at that moment, what she did was she compared me with another student who had a very good language, and she just threw my paper to the dustbin, ma'am. And she said what your English is. I just hate it. You are unfit for learning. So that was really hurting me. And when I completed my plus two, unfortunately, I just got into BA English. And from then onwards, I picked up my language, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Vidya, for sharing your experience. Can we
Thank you,
move
ma'am.
on to yeah? Can we move on to another? Yeah,
Ma'am, once again, ma'am, Lakshmi ma'am wanted to say something. Ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Lakshmi ma'am.
Sir, Venkateshwara sir, Vidya madam from this Ramakrishna University, medical college. She wants to say something. Please, no, she has
Good
raised
morning,
her hand.
madam.
Yeah,
Yes,
she
completed,
just
Saranam.
yeah, she's just yeah. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's okay then.
I had a pleasant experience because my father was a professor in English, and I grew up listening to his narration of fairy tales, and naturally I fell in love with his voice and presentation, and that led me to English and literature. That's how it happened for me.
Yeah. Can we have? Yeah, I think the time
Hello,
that is
ma'am.
allotted is over. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Dr. Romina Rashid. I'm working at Baba Ghulam Chabat University. I fell in love with language when I was, I might have been in first or second standard. One of our English teachers, she was very eloquent and articulate. And, there are some teachers who leave an indelible mark on your mind for a long time. The way she spoke in the class and the way she taught us, she used to mesmerize us. And I fell in love with the English language uh, because of the way she taught us, and she encouraged each and every student of the class to speak. There were some students who were very hesitant in the beginning, but she was able to remove that inhibition from their minds, and with the passage of time we all could speak fluently. So it's the teacher who plays an important role in encouraging the students to speak any language.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I do totally agree. Like, if you love the teacher, you will definitely learn that particular subject. Okay. And then we had Dr. Lakshmi talking about how she was influenced uh, right from a home, how to learn language. Okay, so all of us have a language learning story. Okay, I would like to share my story where I learned my I learned my mother tongue. Okay, so I learned my mother tongue at a later stage in my life when I was almost 10 years old. Okay, and learning that was very difficult. Okay, so what I would like to stress is that I can only listen and speak in my mother tongue, but I'm not very proud of the fact that I cannot read and write in my mother tongue as fluently as I can listen and speak in my mother tongue. Okay, so what I actually understood from that experience is that so you can actually speak and listen to a language, even actually being literate in that particular language. So it actually helped me to understand that the importance it's listening and speaking plays in language learning. And I've always, when it comes to students, I've always told them my language learning story, and I've always told them how listening and speaking actually helps you out in your language learning journey. Okay, I'm moving on to the most important part of our workshop, where we can actually talk about our challenges. Okay, so some of you, like as I said, I'm going to put out a link in the chat box where you can talk about your challenges, or you can also write about your challenges. I'll share a link, like the ones who would like to take part. If your mic is not working, like my students would always say, the video, the mic not working. So for you, yeah, I'll share a link. You can talk about the challenges that you faced while teaching speaking. Okay, I've put it in the chat box. You can go ahead and write. Okay. Okay, so this is for the ones who would like to write about it. The ones that would like to share can go ahead and share about the challenges that you're faced while. So I'm again giving you 5 minutes. I would stop after 5 minutes. Okay, so what are your challenges that you faced while you can also talk, share your story over here, where you can talk about the challenges you've had while speaking. I'm sure some of you would say that my students would never speak, wouldn't open their mouth. Right? You can, yes, we have a lot of.
Ma'am, can I, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. See, normally in my class, it's heterogeneous class and full of it's a full, that is say 75 students in my class. In now the current semester, I have 120 students in my class. What happens normally, no ma'am? Most of them will be good. They are from good background. They will be speaking. But some of the students from Andhra Pradesh, otherwise regional medium students, they do not open up their mouth, and they be very that is tight-lipped and very reluctant to speak. And I have personally have had a chat with them. They say that no, they are very much afraid of speaking in front of others. And that is the scenario here in my class, ma'am. How to go about it? This is the one such thing. And again, when I go to my village and I see that some of the people, they are good at speaking, though they are from regional medium student, Tamil speaking school, that is Tamil medium school. Some of them are good at introducing themselves, and some of them are finding it a bit difficult. After seeing the people, that is seeing the peers, some get slowly and gradually motivated. They open up. I want some kind of inputs from you, so that I can make all the people on par with the people, those who are successfully communicating in English. That's the
Yeah.
thing, ma'am.
So I think, sir, you have not given your name. You've raised two issues over here. One is
This is Saravanan, ma'am. Saravanan. Yeah.
Sarvan. Okay, Sarvan. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Yes.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
So there are two issues that you've raised over here. One is all the students do not participate,
Yes.
and the other one is of students who have difficulty in participating.
Yes.
The regional medium students who have difficulty in participating.
Really, ma'am.
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, so that's a universal problem. I think
Yes, yes.
we will talk about it during the end of the workshop. Okay. Any more challenges? The challenges that you've faced
Hello,
during?
ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Some students have this pronunciation problem.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
that is Dr. Nagakala, madam, from Dubai, ma'am, Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Go on, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go on.
Okay, thank you. Some students will have the pronunciation problem, or like they will give a long gaps. Like when they are speaking, they just they may forget, or they don't get the word, so they just stop and give more, like if it is only 2 minute speech, if it is an exam oriented one, if it is a 2 minute speech, then they will give a long gap, and it will be difficult for us to assess that.
Yeah. So
That
I think
fluency,
again,
I would say fluency will not be there.
yeah. So you're talking about hesitation while they speak. Okay. Then you're also talking about lack of vocabulary. I think there are a lot of people on the chat that spoke about lack of vocabulary during their speech. Okay, right. So yeah, can we move?
May I say?
Yeah,
Ma'am,
go
no.
ahead. Yeah, go.
Ma'am, with your permission, can I, ma'am, intervene?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Ma'am, so not only the lack of vocabulary or hesitation, but the foundation of any language is grammar. The students are not well versed with the grammar. That is a main hindrance in their language.
Yeah. So now we have another issue: lack of vocabulary and lack of grammar also, right? Can we move on to the other challenges, right? There's one more minute.
This is Archana Sharma.
Yeah, go ahead,
And
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm working in agriculture college.
Okay.
So the students in agriculture college, they are from the mainly from the village background. They are not from the urban area. They are from the rural area, and they are so much afraid of English. Whether it is writing of English or speaking or listening, they are so much afraid. And their English is not that much good. So there is a lot of spelling mistakes in their writing. Even they cannot understand what the teacher speaks, the exact word. So what can we do for that?
Yeah. So again, ma'am has insisted on lack of language skills over here when we are dealing with the speaking task. Okay. Now I've given you 5 minutes. Okay. Now I have.
May I hear my turn, madam?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm Ali from Pakistan. Actually, I've done my PhD in speaking anxiety. So I'd like to share some insights. Like I believe that most of the learners just don't talk because, as Dr. Horwitz says, they have, fear of negative evaluation. I mean, they believe that once they start incorrectly, people will start laughing at them, and
Yeah.
they would be losing their positive face and sense of self-esteem. And another is, of course, the communication apprehension. By nature, because we live in kind of Asia, in Asian context, we do not allow people to speak much under so many different factors like power relationships. You cannot really challenge the opinion of your head department or your grandfather or your grandmother. Like we kind of live in a culture where speaking is actually, misconstrued to be a sign of disrespect. Maybe when you're actually putting an argument, you argue. Somehow, some people, the interlocutor you're talking to, they happen to be your superiors in office, workplace, or maybe they're your elders at home. They take it to be synonymous with kind of disrespect. So we don't even allow people to speak their own mother tongue. What to talk about second language or foreign language? So I believe that the insistence on accuracy, that's another cultural problem. We want everybody to be accurate, forgetting the fact that they're actually learning, and every learner will make mistakes and will learn from mistakes. I wish I could have spoken long, but actually I honor the
Yeah.
time limit.
Okay.
And these are a few things that I thought I should share. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Before I would have stopped the time, I think it was really good that you brought about language anxiety. Okay. That's an issue that all of us face. Okay. Like, there are some students who would never come up on stage and speak. And if you ask them, they'll say, what if we say a mistake? And then the whole class will laugh at us, right? Trying to lose, like, children almost dread to lose face in front of their. I'm really happy that you brought up that issue, Gulam.
Ma'am, and Gulam is from Pakistan.
Okay. Now I'm moving on to yeah. Yeah, some of the challenges that have been identified by experts, like you have a lot of experts who have worked on speaking. There are points from Penier, there are points from Go and Burns book. Okay, right. So here are a lot of difficulties. Like when we teach, we have come across a lot of difficulties. Like I'm happy that most of you mentioned most of the problems that are there. Okay, right. One is the student inhibition. Okay, I think you mentioned about lack of vocabulary or lack of language skills or lack of grammar. Somebody mentioned about pronunciation. And most, I think, nothing to say is a common. That's taken from Penier's book on teaching speaking difficulty. Like always, we come across where students actually keep quiet and they would just say one sentence. Okay, things that I have come across my teaching is. You give them a topic to speak. Okay, they write down everything, and in the end. It does not become a speaking activity. It just becomes a read aloud where they look into the book and they read the whole thing. Okay. Sarvanam brought about the issue of low and uneven participation. Okay. Now, this is something like as Indians in the Indian learning scenario that we have large classes. We have really a little time allotted for speaking. We generally teach to test, and sometimes we do not have an end semester examination. We just have a reading and writing tested. So the end, when teachers would focus more on grammar and the writing part of it, where speaking is almost neglected. And in a large class, even if there's a teacher who would give equal amount of time for speaking, there's actually negligible talking time for the student because it's a large classroom where you have to deal with 62 to 74 students in a classroom. Okay. So these are all the difficulties that we have faced. I think these are universal. We would, I think it's almost same in almost all the situations. Okay. Now, I just want you to think, I'm just giving again 5 minutes for you. I'm again posting, this is for the ones who wouldn't get an opportunity to speak. Can you list a few learner problems? What are the problems that learners are facing? Okay. Earlier we spoke about what are the problems. Yeah, what are the problems that teachers are facing? Okay. Yeah, I'm again putting a link to another Google Sheet. I want you to, if you don't get an opportunity to speak, I want you to post it over. Yeah, I do totally agree. One of the learner problem, as Gulam said, and Shrima Nandi said, they're shy and nervous, and about language anxiety problems. Okay, so can somebody go on with the learner problems? What are the problems that learners have while speaking? Okay. Yeah, so up, and there might be an overlapping over here.
Ma'am, I am here. Just no, I would like to say something.
Okay,
and
go
this
ahead,
is Sarangan
sir.
again, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, why these people don't speak is there is due to the limited exposure in that target language. The thing is, people do not have that enough exposure of listening to this target language. That is the only reason I feel no. I've been teaching this thing, and again, I've been researching on this thing. No, with the individual cases, most of the predominantly from ranging from village kids to let's say even city students, otherwise gifted learners. The problem with these speakers, otherwise the target language is that is people have not had enough exposure in listening, because that listening is now technology has become very handy. Then we can give, and it's not that simply my listeners, that is my learners, have not have had enough exposure. A teacher has to take the responsibility of immerse them with lots and lots of exposure in the target language. And though they are not show any interest, otherwise they are slow in picking up the language. And we need to have this, we need to honor and respect their learning space, and give them continuously and consistently enough practice of listening. That's how we have mastered our mother tongue, ma'am. That is the thing, if that strategy is purely accepted, and then we wait for the learners to acquire the language slowly and steadily, and by let's say to begin with words and phrases, sentences, and slowly and steadily speak connected some joint speeches, and like this slowly and steadily people improve upon. Then we can definitely bring them on par with the other gifted speakers. That's what my observation so far, whatever I have done through my researches, ma'am. Thank you for giving me the time, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Sarvanan. So Sarvanan, he brought up the issue of lack of exposure of lower proficiency learners. Okay, and again, we did discuss a few problems like pronunciation. Lakshmi ma'am has spoken about pronunciation. Again, lack of words and grammar. Yeah.
Ma'am, this is Valli from Government Arts and Science College, Bargur, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Ma'am, students, one thing I found it is lack of confidence, and they are fear of peer criticism, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do agree. Lack of confidence. Like they might have the language skills and everything, but still they might not have the confidence to speak in the second language. Okay, I do totally agree with it. I think Dr. Shushma also has spoken about that. Okay.
Ma'am, ma'am, can I?
Yeah,
With
go
your
ahead.
permission.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
go ahead.
as a teacher of English, because my university is in a remote area, and we have students from government schools, we have students from private schools, we have students from remote areas. What I have seen that a teacher should be well versed with the cultural background of students, because I have seen that there are three levels of students in the class. One is the cream, second are the mediocres, and third are who are very weak. And a teacher has to lower down his intellectual level and come to the level of the students, understand their background, their cultural background, the area in which they are living, their religious background, because to teach a language to the students who are not familiar with English language or any other language, it will become easy for the teacher to teach them. And a teacher should be familiar with their language as well, because when I started teaching, initially I felt it very difficult to teach them English language. Then I learned their language. Now I can speak 6 languages at least. So it helped me in understanding their culture, their problems. And when they were not able to understand in English, I used to converse them in their language. So it became easy. And I used to adopt bilingual mode initially in my class. And that helped a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do agree. Like, I think most of us as learners of the second language, we all started with grammar translation method. Even whether we have learned any, we have always started with translating from our mother tongue to the target language, okay, right? Or from the target language to our mother tongue, okay. Now I'm listing out some of the problems, like what different ELT experts, linguists have come up with learner problems. Okay. And we have discussed most of them. Okay. So all of us face this. So these are the learner problems. Like the stress to actually talk creates a cognitive overload for them. Okay. So if they are lower proficiency students, they definitely have problems with the sound and pronunciation part. It was already brought up. Okay. We've also had students with the fear, the language anxiety problem, making mistakes, losing face. Okay. Now, I think the lack of motivation, our activities given in class, that's always been a lack of motivation among the students to actually perform that particular task. Okay, so these are the problems that we have all. Now, there are also issues like when they speak, the language is not clear, or they're not able to communicate their particular message. Now, when they speak, sometimes when they speak, the rate of speech is really fast. Sometimes it's too slow that they find a difficulty in actually completing sentences, or somebody else should complete the sentences for them. Okay, so we've had a lot of teaching issues, and we've had a lot of learners problem. Okay, right. Now, I'm not going too much into the theory part of it, okay, but something that I really thought was useful when I was doing my language learning or language teaching during the initial years. Okay, so in the initial years, we've done a lot of blunders, and over the years, we have grown to be better teachers. That's what I believe, like attending workshops, attending conferences and things like that. Okay, so even though we have theoretically studied all these different theories and different stages in our life, like, have we actually applied them to our teaching situations? Now, something that I absolutely think is the comprehensible input hypothesis. Like, I've actually seen it work in my classes, whether it is students with higher proficiency or students with lower proficiency. Like, you give them a listening task, okay, and then you ask them immediately to speak, okay. They'll be able to speak really well, okay. You give them a reading task as a pre-planning task, and then you ask them to speak, okay. So you can actually see how well your theory has been translated. So it moves from if the input is comprehensible, the output also becomes comprehensible. Okay. So a theory that we can use on an everyday basis. Okay, so as teachers, are we giving them enough input so that we can get proper output? I think that was brought up with a few speakers. Like, do they have enough exposure in their target language? That was brought up. Okay. Now moving on to this is something. This is a book that I read maybe a couple of years back, okay, and that actually changed the way in which I think about teaching. That's Teaching Speaking, a Holistic Approach by Gowen Burns, okay. So this is how she starts her book, okay. Are we merely doing, okay, or are we actually teaching speaking, okay? So she talks about a lot of things, like a great deal of speaking is done in the language classroom. But these activities only serve to give a lot of opportunities to talk. Okay? But actually no teaching of speaking is actually done. Okay. So this is a point for all of us to think. Okay, are we merely doing these activities in class, or are we actually teaching speaking? Okay. Okay. This is something like that gave me a moment of enlightenment when I actually came across and read the book of Brown and Yule. And I always use this, and I also tell my students, so it's like raising their metacognitive awareness. When I tell my students that I always tell them the difference between spoken language and written language, even before I start any speaking activities. So there are a few traits of all of us know, like language keeps changing. So language is variable. Meanings change, the text change. Okay. Now another thing that I tell them, that even in England or even in UK, they have not decided on which dialect that they can use for their standard. Okay, so even though received pronunciation has become a standard in a few areas, okay, so I tell them that they can't decide on their dialect, which dialect would be a standard form of dialect. Now another thing that I tell my students is that written language is spoken language is syntactically much simpler than written language, and we don't use a lot of coordination and subordinated expressions in spoken language. And I also tell them that there are a lot of incomplete sentences in spoken language, okay, and information and the words are less specific, and information is less packed in spoken language. Okay, so now, so there's a lot of anxiety from the part of students that they should say these perfectly correct sentences, because there might be grammar geeks around them asking, expecting going to point at their errors and tell them that this is wrong. Okay, right. So I tell them it's perfectly all right in spoken language. Okay, so, and then there's a book by Luma who talks about the characteristics of spoken language. Okay, so she tells them that it contains of idea units. So it's not the language part that is more important, it is the conveying of meaning that is more important. Okay. This is something that has helped me in my teaching part, where I tell her, like, there are when I tell my students, there are planned expressions or planned speech and unplanned speech. Okay. So I tell them, like, most of the speakers who can speak fluently have actually planned the expression beforehand. Okay. So an example of a planned expression is a talk that you give, or an unplanned speech is a conversation that you have between two people. Okay. So even these examples, like it's always helped in the when giving a feedback, like when they have nothing to say, I tell them that they've not planned the expression, they've not thought about what to say much ahead. Okay. Yeah, and I think she also talks about spoken language containing short phrases. Okay, something that all of us should be accommodative is that in spoken language, there's definitely going to be a lot of fillers. There are going to be hesitation markers. Even if you look at a native speaker speech, okay, like if you listen to Scott Thornbury or Penny in the speeches that they're definitely going to be hesitation markers, because that's just a natural part of a speech. So I tell them it's okay to have a little ums and ahs around, because that's part of spoken language. Okay. Another thing that I tell my students is also that about slips and errors. Okay, right? So in spoken language, because you're making the you're planning your speech then and there, you're definitely going to have errors and slips. Okay, so something that I tell them, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so this is like, you can take it as before, like even planning a speaking activity, I always tell them, I have sessions with them where I'm preparing them for a speaking task. This is what I tell them. I tell them the difference between spoken and written languages and the characteristics of spoken language. Okay. Now we're moving on to the functions of spoken language. Okay. So there was a great distinction between form and functions during the mid 90s. Okay, so initial part of language learning, we were always concentrating on the form or the accuracy part of it, and later on we moved on to the function part of it. Okay, so this is again the distinction was brought about the functions of he actually divided it into two, that is Brown and Yule. Not he, I think it's they divided spoken discourse into two different functions. One is talk as transaction and talk as interaction. Okay, talk as transaction is when you use talk to convey information. Okay. Talk as interaction is when you in a conversation where you have to keep social discourses available. Okay, so in order to carry out a conversation, it's talk as interaction. Okay, it was Jack Richards who introduced a third function of language learning, in third function of spoken discourse in his teaching, speaking, and listening, where he talks about talk as performance. So as language teachers or teachers of speaking, okay, do we actually have activities enough that we teach talk as interaction, talk as transaction, and talk as performance? Are we just concentrating on talk as performance, or are we just concentrating on conversation skills and nothing else? Okay, so these are points that you can think about. Yeah. Now, I think we did touch about this particular area. I think it's the most problematic area in teaching speaking. Okay, is the notion of correctness. Okay, where do we draw the line? Okay. Now, this is a second statement that I got is from Brown and Yule's book, where he said that it's only natural for even a native speaker, if he has to speak under pressure, his speech would contain slips, errors, and incomplete utterances. Okay, so if it's only natural for a native speaker to have slips, and why are we as teachers of second language insisting too much on the accuracy part of it, where we expect our students to speak complete, grammatically correct sentences? Okay. Now, when it comes to another issue, correct pronunciation. Okay, which one would we take? The British or the American? Okay, and actually reaching the correct pronunciation, whether it's a native language. It's almost almost unrealizable for second language users, I would say. Like there are really good imitations of native and native speakers, but it's something that you can not almost realize in real life. Okay. We have also moved on to, I think they have mentioned about that, and like a characteristic right in 1983 in his book, he has spoken about how a characteristic accent has become a mark of an identity of a person. Okay, and we're also talking about inclusiveness of accents, of different accents. Okay, so this is a little point of note for most of you. Now, I think like this is another part of the theory part of it, where Levitt speaks about a model for speech production. How I use it in my classroom is, so he tells us that there are four stages that are involved in speech. One is the conceptual preparation, where you're thinking about what to say. The second part is formulation, where you're thinking about how to say it. Okay, then the actual speech comes out, you say it aloud. Okay, and then there's a self-monitoring system where you have to check for your own accuracy, whether it is accurate or acceptable, and then you reformulate your speech over there. Okay, so when I tell my students, okay, so I also tell them about, like, maybe not in these terms. Okay, have you really thought about what you're trying to say? Okay, have you formulated it? Have you formulated into an organizational principle? Okay, and when they say things, okay, when you commit a mistake, I would tell them it is okay. Like, one thing that you can do, like if you understand that you've made that particular mistake, you can reformulate it and say it again. Okay, so this is a learning point that I give my students when they are taking part in a speaking activity. Okay. Yeah. So this is something that I found from Gowan Burns' book. Okay, who's a competent second language user? Okay, so when you look at all these different views from different peoples, this is views that they've collected from a few language teachers. Okay, who's a competent? So it actually throws light into the different areas of speaking. Now, for example, there are teachers who would concentrate on the accuracy part of speaking. There are teachers who would concentrate on the fluency part of speaking. Okay, some of them say that conveying meaning is more important. Okay, some of them would focus on clarity of expression. Okay, so these are different areas of speaking that has helped us in a longer term. Okay. Yeah. Now, I think speaking competency is something that was talked about in 1980 by Merrill Swain and Michael Caine, the same people who put forward the comprehensible output. So when they talk about speaking competence, they've divided into 4 different areas. Okay, so knowledge of grammar and vocabulary. So they talk about it as grammatical. So when you speak, you need the proper grammar. Your discourse competence is your ability to utter an utterance with as a coherent whole. Okay, the third part is your linguistic your social linguistic competence, your ability to use language that is accurate and appropriate in social linguistic situations. Okay, right. Now the fourth competence is you're talking about strategic competence. So you need the form part of it, the function part of it, and then the strategies that are needed for your for speaking. Okay, right. So if you can broadly divide them. Okay, so similarly, Go and Burns has mentioned about second language speaking competence into these three areas. Okay, right. One is a knowledge of language and discourse, where she divides it into form. I think she's talking about form, like all grammatical or linguistic competence. Core speaking skills, where she's talking about the functions that are needed in speaking, and communicate. What are the communicative strategies that we use when we communicate with people? Okay. So yeah, I'm not dealing this in detail because like when you're talking about linguistic, it's a complete overall picture. When you're talking about language and discourse, it's grammar, sounds, word knowledge, and then the discourse knowledge that you need when you have to speak on, when you should have the knowledge of grammar. And yeah, we're moving on to the core speaking skills, where I think she's focusing on the function of speech. Okay, right. So she has divided that into pronunciation, where you're aware of the sounds of a target language, the stress, intonation, and rhythm of that particular language. When you're talking about speech function, where the people can actually perform precise communicative functions, like for example, expressing a compliment, or so those are precise functions that you're, or saying thank you or something like that. Okay. And then she talks about interaction management and discourse management. Okay, like as core speaking competencies. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you've divided into communicative strategies, there are three different kinds of communicative strategies that we talk about: is cognitive strategies, metacognitive, and interactional. Okay, so cognitive, I'll just give you an example for a cognitive strategy. Now, suppose you don't get a word. What would we generally do? We would maybe give the meaning of that particular word. So that is a cognitive strategy. A metacognitive strategies is the knowledge about language or knowledge about speaking. Okay, so these are the communicative strategies that we use when we speak. Interactional as strategies, like a person is speaking at that time, we are negotiating meaning then and there in a conversation. Those are interactional strategies that you need. Okay. So if you look at it, there are just she divides speaking competence into three major areas. One is a knowledge of form, okay, where she talks about knowledge of language and I forgot about the knowledge of language and discourse. The second one is the core speaking competencies, and the third one is communicative strategies. Okay. Now, when you're talking about speaking performance, okay, as teachers, I think we still had a lot of discussions on, initially as a part of our workshop, we had a lot of differences of opinion. Okay, so there are teachers who would say that fluency is more important. Okay, so the first thing that a teacher has to do is to teach a lot of give them a lot of opportunity where they can speak. So fluency is more important. There are other teachers who would concentrate on accuracy and say that the correct form is more important. So generally, a learner is judged on these three areas. One is fluency, accuracy, and complexity. The way in which you can use language at advanced level. Okay. So this is another, a pointer. I think we've listened to a lot of theories, and I've told you how. I have Google Sheet that I have to. I'm putting it in the chat. So you can tell me, like, what are the factors that promote speaking according to you? Okay, what do you think are the factors that would promote? Is it some of you said no, there's lack of confidence. So is it the confidence level that you have to enhance in the students? Okay, so I've given a Google Sheet where you can also key in your answers. I'm also giving you 5 minutes where you can actually talk about the factors that promote the development of speaking skills. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. This is Shajan again, and this has been a constant thing that I observed. The short jokes that induce laughter often allow the teacher to dive further into a conversation, opening up the student to the entire class, and that has been one of the key factors that I have been observing and using myself.
Okay, so you said humor, right? Okay. What are the factors that promote the development of speaking skills? Okay, like, yeah, go ahead. Are there?
Excuse me, ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I feel that reading aloud practice makes them to have a confidence that how they can speak, how they can utter a word, or they will have a good confidence if they read aloud the passage or whatever it is. I usually practice that for my kids. Like when I ask them, when I'll give them a passage, I'll ask them to read aloud. That will give them like what sort of pronunciation they are doing. So that will promote the speaking skill is what I feel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about things like. Yeah. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. I feel that good listening. By paying attention, a good listener can become a good speaker. Have to listen to English classes or whatever. Things related to English. If they listen attentively, I think they can put a bit in their speaking. Is what I feel, and also practice, continuous practice.
Yeah. Now I'm actually looking for what are the character traits that would make them a wonderful speaker. Like I think somebody said about confidence, lack of confidence in the student. So like things like confidence level of the students might be one factor that will.
Spontaneity matters. How they are getting the point and spontaneous speaking matters.
Okay.
We have
spontaneity. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
We have to speak the language. I mean, whatever accent you speak the language, and the teacher must appreciate the student speaking the language in whichever, maybe he or she is using his mother tongue interference in the language, but let him speak. Let him speak. This is what we need to tell them. And sometimes, the pronunciation is very important because, ma'am, when I was teaching my students in Kolkata, so when I was dictating on this, teaching them nonverbal communication, as Bengalis, they don't differentiate between the plosives, the bilabial plosives like pa and ba. So when I was talking to them about this nonverbal communication, my students weren't understanding it. So when I told them in their accent, like bharbal, when I said bharbal, ba, then he was so happy, he was so confident that I was speaking his own English, right? But then I rectified him, telling that it is verbal. You pronounce where the upper teeth touches the lower lip. This is the way you pronounce the word verbal, and it is no longer bharbal. So we need to speak and appreciate them speaking the language, whatever it is, right? Maybe they are speaking wrong English, or maybe they're having their mother tongue interference. Appreciate them. This is one of the main factors that we can promote development of speaking among students in the language lab. And it's not only the language lab. Speak to them even when you're walking down the corridor. Walk wherever you are. Speak to them. Speak in the language itself. So I feel that, ma'am, this is one of the factors that we can promote the development of speaking skills. When my students come to me, when the moment they see me, they see Shiva, ma'am, they speak in English. I appreciate them, however they speak. I appreciate them speaking and I encourage them. And like that, the language phobia dies and they always communicate to me in English. So when they stand outside my room, they say, we have to speak to ma'am in English. So they outside, they mentally, you said that formulation, the term formulation, they formulate it outside and when they come into my chamber, they start speaking in English. So we have to appreciate that's one of the major factor for the development of speaking skills, I feel.
Okay. So I think you've given us one of the solutions for the challenges that we have had. That's appreciate the students while speaking. So I think we'll sure key it in one of our as one of the solutions offered to promote speaking skills. Okay, I'm sure that there are a lot of I think the chat box has gone practice without fear. I think that was something said by Guna Sundari. Okay, so we have had developing the self-confidence in them that will help them to speak. Okay, we have also had self-reliance. Okay, could you explain that a little further, Dr. Lakshmi? Yeah. Now I'm going to. Yeah. So. What I was expecting over here, I think maybe I didn't put the question right. As okay. Do you think like the following factors actually promote speaking skills? Okay. As some of you said, okay, are we actually instilling confidence in the students? Okay, right. Are we motivating them to speak? Okay. Are we now when it comes to errors and things, are we empathetic towards them? Okay. So do these factors, if there are students who actually want to communicate with others, okay, so the desire to communicate makes them better speakers of the language. Okay, so there are a few factors that I thought would actually help out in and another factor that I really thought is like if the student is daring, okay, and has a courage to speak, okay, definitely there would be a difference in their speech. Okay, so it's a courage that we have to develop in them. Okay, this is something that I came across. This is another author that I absolutely love, and I thought actually when I was introduced to ELT after during the early days of my teaching, okay, this is one book that I adored reading, and I think that if you're in the initial stages of teaching and you have to teach English as a language, then Practice of English Language Teaching is a wonderful book that you can always look into. Okay, so this is from one of his talks. Okay, right? This is a talk like, is teaching an art, a science, or a craft? Okay, so I think this is absolutely wonderful that he said that is teaching an art, and he goes about explaining that art is a skill that you have to do or you learn by experience or instinct. But he gives a caution over there. Okay, experience and instincts can be dangerous if you keep repeating mistakes. Okay, so is teaching a science? He says that teaching research is very confusing because most of the reports contradict each other. Okay, so but if academic research makes you think, okay, it should not tell you what to do, but if it makes you think, if its purpose should be to make you think, okay, then students would benefit when the teacher learns a lot. Okay, so that was his take on is teaching a science. Okay, and is teaching a craft? Okay, right. This is what Jeremy Harmer said. Yeah, teaching is experimentation. Okay, doing the same thing over and over is boring. Okay, if you want to engage your students, you have to actually try new things, and you have to talk to teachers also. So I think we're doing the right thing now. Like, we are talking to teachers, we're listening to them, and we're trying to see what works in a particular situation and what will not work, what has worked for you. We're trying out a lot of things when we talk in a common platform. Okay, now this is we're moving on to designing a successful activity. I want you to tell me, like, what do you think are the characteristics of a successful activity? What do you think are the characteristics? Or can I, because we are running out of time, can I just tell you what Penier has said way back in 2002? Okay, so the characteristic of a successful activity is an activity where learners can talk a lot. Okay, the participation is even. Okay, motivation is high, and language is of an acceptable level. Okay, right. I'm just giving you these points. We can just take 1 minute over here. These are two activities taken from Penier's book. Okay, which do you think would create more conversation or create more speech in the student, or more would produce more language in the students? Okay, activity number 1 or activity number 2? Okay, have you found out the difference between activity number 1 and activity number 2? Okay, right. So one is a discussion of two conflicting opinions. Okay, so it's basically topic based, and the second one is task based. Okay, so they go about talking about giving a task to the students, asking the students to group the order of priority that you have to put all these into the teacher. Okay. Can we just spend 1 minute and then wind up there? What do you think would give more practice for speaking? Okay, a topic-based one or a task-based one? Okay. Yeah. Activity 1 promotes speaking. Okay. Yeah. Any insights of activity 1? Yeah. Mumtaz also says activity 1. Srima says task-based 1. Okay. I think we have a controversy over here. Okay, right. So we can't decide. Yeah, activity 2. Yeah, so there are differences of opinion over here. Okay, now I'll just tell you Penier's answer, but I do agree with some of you. Like, for me, like, when I have tried out a task-based task, I have found out that students don't speak much. Okay, right. When I've given a topic-based task, what I have found out in my experience is that the students have actually spoken. Okay. But Penier, I think she's a more experienced person. Her answer over there is activity number 2 would give more discussion time for students. Okay, and yeah, I think some of you also agreed with her. Okay. Yeah, so there are a lot of types of speaking activities. We start with communication gap activities, and then you have discussion activities and monologic activities. That's like talks and things like that. Okay, so yeah, I'm skipping this part of it because we're coming at end of that. Okay, I should say that, like, if you really want to know more about speaking, and you should read this particular book, Teaching Speaking by Go and Burns. Okay, they talk about a teaching speaking cycle and how to go about it. You can read about it in detail. Okay, right. And then she also goes about explaining one particular task in that. Okay, so that would like how they go about conducting a speaking task in 7 stages and how they go about planning for that particular speaking task. Okay, right. Now we're coming to almost the end of the session. Okay, like what are the problems that we can solve in some of the problems that we solved? And I think some of you have already said that. I'm sharing a link for the ones who would like to write on it. Okay. And we'll stop with sharing our points. So can I give time? So I think Dr. Sreema has already spoken about appreciating our students. Okay, how can you actually solve the problems? Like we spoke about learner problems, we also spoke about teaching problems. Okay, so if you want, you can key in your. Can you think about situations where you can actually solve these problems? Okay, right? And instances, your moments of enlightenment where you have actually did something and it really worked well. Okay, right? Yeah, we have answers like role play. Yeah, making students to be comfortable in the learning, creating a proper, very good Jyoti, a comfortable learning, giving the students a comfortable learning space, creating a comfortable environment. There are 2 people, very good. Okay, what else? Yeah. Mumtaz says that making them speak one-liners is a wonderful way. Okay. Yeah. I totally agree with Jyoti, like talking about group discussion with simple topics, day-to-day things. I do agree. Like I've actually managed the problem with large classes with the use of group work. Okay. Yeah, give them continuous. So Vidya says giving continuous activities targeting the skill. Okay, making them believe that they can. Okay, that's wonderful. Rajakumari. Okay, yeah. So I've listed out, yeah, increasing their confidence level. That's nice. Okay, so I've listed out a few things. Okay, right, from a lot of experts who have done on speaking, and some of them are my insights also. Okay, so as most of you have already stated, okay, provide a comfortable classroom environment. Okay, give them plenty of opportunities to speak. Okay, so as some of you have already said, like you start with activities that need a simple language output, and then you move on to an advanced level in your classroom. Okay, so you have to be very careful when you make the choice of the activity. Okay, so when you choose a topic based activity, be careful. Just see whether it would create an interest in them, or would you choose a task based activity. So absolutely careful. Okay, something that I have noticed, like when students don't have anything to say, is that when the teacher has not actually given them enough preparation time. Okay, so give them time to prepare so they can think about, like as Levitt said, they can think about what they can say. Okay, right. Now because of large classes, we absolutely don't wait for them for responding. Like instead of them saying something, we actually say things for them, right? Okay, so wait patiently for them to respond. Okay, now when you give feedback, don't be absolutely rude. I know none of the English teachers would do that. Okay? Be conscious when you give feedback. Okay, I've always used group work as in order to manage large classes. Okay, so when you do group work, you have to give them some instructions on training and discussion skills. Okay, right. So some of the possible. So I think the time has come to an end, and yeah. Yeah. So can I move on to the, I think so if you have any questions, you can shoot. Yeah. So take this as my conclusion over here. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was an amazing presentation. We thoroughly enjoyed all practical strategies and right from the classroom issues to the learners' issues, learners' anxiety, and how to help the learners to speak well. And it's really indeed, fabulous inputs. Especially, inch by inch, otherwise, so very well and meticulously planned and well thought about, and very well presented, I would say. And we are really extremely happy and excited to listen this such an very, very insightful presentation. We are so very blessed, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
And
thank you.
this is
Thank you,
Saravanan.
Saravanan. Thank you, Saravanan.
And thanks for gracing the occasion with gracing the occasion with this insightful presentation. Especially, I know how busy you are all, and especially you. And despite your busy schedule, you have accepted our invite and gracing us with this kind of. And Venkateshwara sir told me instantaneously, Madam agreed at this time. I don't know how it is. Normally, Madam will be very busy. This time, we are so very lucky to get Madam for this topic, and it's really very, very exciting time we had, ma'am. Okay. So very kind of you. Thanks for gracing this occasion.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, madam.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Dr. Divya, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. This is Suresh. I am a research scholar, and my guide is your good friend, Dr. Praveen Sam. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is really very productive and eye-opener for me also, ma'am, because I'm doing my research in speaking, actually. And for faculty, professors like you working in premier colleges, teaching speaking might not be a challenge, ma'am. But for me, who deals, I'm still a faculty of English, who deal the rural students. I really face a very big challenge in teaching the prescribed text, ma'am, that is by Anna University or autonomous. Could you please give me any suggestion, or can I go for exploiting materials out of the book, ma'am, like out of the text? Could you please, ma'am? Am I reaching you correctly, ma'am?
Yeah, I can understand, Suresh. I generally don't teach from the text, so I don't use any textbooks. I design my own activities, and then I read on it, and then but by trial and error, I see whether things would work out and work not. I've also written a lot about trying out activities in a lot of journals and articles. You can also read on that. Okay, so my research materials are available on ResearchGate and Academia Edu. Like, I'm shamelessly advocating my own papers over here. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, ma'am, heartfelt thanks, ma'am, for accepting and sharing your valuable papers. Definitely, I'll make use of all your research ideas, ma'am, for my present thesis also, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
you.
Yeah.
Madam, I thank you from my bottom of my heart, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am, for accepting and presenting it.
Thank
and
you.
Listeners will agree with me. I told them that they will understand the power of your speech, and you approved it once again on the platform, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you from bottom of my heart, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Our
Venkateshwara, for
sincere
that.
and our sincere thanks from WELTA, also World English Language Learners Teachers Trainers Association. And
Yeah.
because it's something like amazing to listening to you, ma'am, and all practical strategies, and really you made it thoroughly interactive. That is the beauty of your presentation, the hallmark of your presentation, I should say. And the feeds on this chat box is an evidence and witness for your fantabulous presentation. Kudos to you, ma'am. Thank you once again. We are looking forward to have your blessings and support for WELTA Forum as well. And
Yeah, definitely.
yes, very kind of you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarvana. Thank you, Venkatesh.
Thank you, Divya John, ma'am. It was so nice. It was so entertaining. I saw so many people interacting. I saw so many people taking part. It was more like a discussion forum. It was so nice, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And like there are people in the chat box, they want your presentation, ma'am. Like
Yeah,
because
I'll send it. Yeah, there are a few
Yeah,
places that I noticed
yes, ma'am. They want you
mistakes.
to
So
send
I'll
the
just
slides.
I'll edit it and I'll send it. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, ma'am. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll stop presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much. Yeah.
I think I can't do that. I'm not.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Huh?
That's okay, ma'am. That's okay, ma'am. This is Google Meet. Normally, it is okay, ma'am. That's all. That's what. Once we stop doing it, by closing this PPT, it becomes normal, ma'am. That's it. Ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we run international virtual seminars on Sundays, ma'am, on behalf of WELTA. So
Okay.
sometime you can plan for your presentation on Sundays also. I know that you will be very busy. You will be grappling with the time, But despite that, kindly spare some time. Maybe in this ensuing week, sometime you can also chair the sessions. For say by sparing 5 or 10 minutes, you can give felicitation. If not 1 hour. Otherwise, you can plan for some time in the month, next month or so. When you are free, you can join us, ma'am. And again, every day evening, we run webinars every day, ma'am. So please know,
Okay.
there also you can spare some 5 to 10 minutes for felicitation once in a while. Otherwise, on Sundays, we run regularly these international virtual webinars. There you can either you can give felicitation, otherwise some kind of keynote speeches in the morning. Otherwise, evening, for valedictory. However, that is, you find time and space to join us. You are most welcome, ma'am.
You're still with Velamal.
No, ma'am, I'm with the VIT, ma'am, for the past 5 years. And
Okay.
VIT Welcome Campus, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We need your support and blessings, ma'am. That's all. Yes, ma'am. Certainly.
Venkateshwara, I'm leaving the
Thank you,
room.
ma'am. Thanks a lot,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks
Thanks
a
a
lot,
lot, ma'am. Yeah, good day to you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dear participants, we'll go ahead with the next presentation. Dr. Deepesh is waiting. We'll start the presentation immediately. I welcome you, Deepesh, sir, for the FDP program. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah.
I kindly request Mr. Dolphin to introduce our speaker. Over to you, Mr. Dolphin.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible, Dolphin.
You're
Go
audible,
ahead.
Dolphin. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes.
You're audible.
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce the speaker, Dr. Deepesh Chandrasekhan, who is working as an assistant professor at Shivananda University, Chennai. He has postgraduate degrees in linguistics and English and a PhD in English language education from the EFL University, Hyderabad. He taught English in well-known schools in Delhi and Doha, Qatar for 11 years before his PhD, and then at a reputed college in Chennai for 3 years before joining the CLIL at India Erasmus and Plus project as its executive director. He visited the US on the International Visitor Leadership Program on the theme Implementing National English Curricula in Multilingual Contexts. He has also completed Cambridge CELTA with a CELTA B. His research interests have centered around issues of language and power, including multilingualism. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to this program, and your over to Dr. Deepesh Chandrasekhan.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Dr. Venkateshwara, and thanks to St. Joseph's College for inviting me to make a presentation or to speak to you. My presentation is going to be different from that of the previous speaker, Dr. Divya John, because I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I am not going to use a PPT, but I am going to use several resources. I'm going to sort of, my intention is to raise questions rather than answer all of them. So that's how I'm going to go about it. My title, the title of what what I have chosen to speak on or to engage with is Critical Thinking for Academic Reading and Writing. Now, there are 3 terms here which might need some discussion or some threading out, right? Critical thinking, academic reading, and academic writing. So just to put things in perspective, shall I assume that all of us are teaching English?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So all of us are teaching English, and we are all aware, or we are all told that teaching English has to focus on the 4 skills, which are listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and the 2 elements essentially, which are grammar and vocabulary. So we are all focused heavily on developing in our students the listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills and their grammar and vocabulary elements, right? So that's the focus that we generally have when we teach English. Now, how do we delineate or differentiate academic reading and writing from general reading and writing? Anybody would like to say something about that? What's your understanding of the term academic reading and writing, which I've used in my title, Critical Thinking for Academic Reading and Writing? Yeah. Anybody? I mean, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to give me a dictionary definition or Wikipedia definition of academic reading and writing. What's the sense in which you think we use the terms academic reading and writing? Anybody?
Sir, this is Saravanan with you, sir.
Yes,
and,
go ahead, Saravanan.
And we need to actually be a lot more reflective and critical about the way we do otherwise the way we teach this reading skills, otherwise writing skills, especially academic reading and writing.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what you have suitably and befittingly titled your talk today. And it's really
Mumtaz has brought out the aspect of objectivity. That's an
Yes,
interesting
sir.
word to use. Yes.
Yeah.
Prabha
Meaning.
says language is formal in academic writing. Thank you. Yes. Comprehensive reading instead of just flippant reading. Very good. Thank you. Jaya Krishna has said that. Any other comments about how is academic reading and writing different from reading and writing in general?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has to do with something with politics, as in the researcher has to be way more aware of what they're trying to say or what they're trying to read into a text.
When you said politics, you said the politics of. You said politics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you mean by when you say?
Not electoral politics, as an
Yeah.
agenda. Yeah.
Okay. You
Yeah.
mean the aspects of power?
Yes, sir.
We need to be aware of the aspects of power. That's
Yeah.
very interesting. Thank you for saying that. R.C. Reddy has raised his hand. Yeah, please go ahead. Lakshmi says enrich with specific or specified content. Okay. Choice of vocabulary, Sangeeta says. Mumtaz also says grammar rules are strictly adhered to. I'm okay. People generally prefer writing to be following formal rules of grammar. Okay, I'll accept that. Romina says we need to critically analyze the text. The author's point of view is important. Sushma says something that's used for various communicative purposes within the organization institution, writing mails, preparing circulars, memos are examples of academic writing. Okay, we'll talk about that a little more. Academic writing is more specific than general. It has a structure. Okay, lots of answers. R.C. Reddy raises his hand, but I said, yeah, please go ahead. But I didn't hear any response from him. Right, maybe it's just that he raised it long ago. He just kept it raised. Yeah. So broadly, we understand that academic reading and writing involves more formal language, more logical writing, more structured writing. And academic reading, unlike other reading, like somebody pointed out, you pay more attention to the details, right? So in reading, we broadly talk about skimming, scanning, intensive and extensive reading. Skimming and scanning is quick reading, intensive and extensive are a bit more spaced out. And intensive is what we generally do when we involve in academic reading. We read the fine print, we read between the lines, we read beyond the lines, right? Yeah, so in that sense, it's intensive reading. We try not to miss out on anything that the text actually carries. I think it was Swajan who said there's the politics involved, in the sense that how do aspects of power need to be read into whatever we are reading and what we are writing also. What is it that we intend to convey, and how we convey that itself is also important, right? Okay, thank you for delineating or talking a little bit more about what we understand about academic reading and writing. Can we also do the same for critical thinking? What is critical thinking? I mean, a lot of people keep talking about critical thinking. What is critical thinking actually? You can either choose to speak or you can write on chat. What do you understand by critical thinking? What is this hullabaloo about critical thinking? An analytical approach, okay. Critically analyze the concept, okay. Prabha Sam says, yeah, critically analyze the concept. Critical thinking. Reasoning and evaluating are important aspects of critical thinking. Not just taking whatever is said as a given, but to evaluate or rationalize how true is this? How possible is this? Okay. Thank you, Srima Nandi. Dr. Sushma says, analyzing the information, weighing the pros and cons, coming out with your opinions or views in an informed way. Thank you. Yes. Lakshmi says, Lakshmi Krishna Kumar, analyzing and reflecting. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of you used reasoning, evaluating, analyzing, reflecting, weighing the pros and cons, differentiating between fact and opinion based on logical reasoning. Yes. Right. So we know what critical thinking is. We know what academic reading and what academic writing is. Now, to bring the things together, Mumtaz says we need to have a questioning mind. Yes, that's what I meant when I said based on what some of you wrote, we don't take whatever is given to us as a given. We question it. We have a healthy dose of skepticism, right? The word critical is often misconstrued as criticism, but it is not that. It's like the literary criticism that we have as students of literature, right? So we look at both the positives and the negatives. We don't merely criticize whatever is given as text, right? So let's not think of critical thinking as a negative thing just because of the word critical. Critical here does not mean criticism. It means to look at something, to scratch the surface and go deeper into aspects of meaning that the text conveys, right? Trying to know about its various aspects. Yes, observing, experimenting, using the scientific method, and so on and so forth, right? I'd like to, I mean, I'm going to share a lot of material. So my apologies for, beyond and out of the box thinking, Srima. Yes, thank you. I'm going to share a lot of material. So I'm going to, just 1 minute. I'll just see how I can share that. Yeah. See, there are flimsy, because communication, there's a communication explosion, social media, information explosion. Even otherwise, we have access to everything on the touch of a button. People create information. They spend a lot of time and energy on creating nonsense. So we have access to material which was never, that could never have been imagined in the past, right? So what happens is we get material, we get access to texts which are dubious texts, all right? So I just share with you an example of a very famous popular singer in the West called Britney Spears. The side of Britney Spears the media never talks about, right? So my apologies to all those who are great fans of Britney Spears. I have nothing personal against her. This is just, I'm using an example, right? One day, Britney was waiting in line at Kohl's. In front of her was a woman with a 5-year-old son. And before the cashier said the total, the little boy said the price and it was exactly right. The cashier said, "Great job," to which the boys, my apology, there should be an apostrophe, but this is not mine, it's a borrowed text. Boy's mom replied, "I'm sorry, he's so annoying." Britney then said to the boy, "Don't listen to her. Keep studying and you will accomplish great things." The little boy grew up to become Steve Jobs. Yeah. Any comments about this text? Any comments about Britney Spears, the awesomeness of Britney Spears? Have you heard of Britney Spears? Any of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How old would Britney?
The article seems fake.
Thank you for using hedging. Do you know what hedging is? She said, she didn't say the article is fake. She said the article seems fake. That's brilliant. Hedging is a very, very useful tool. I'll dwell on it a little more, but it's a useful tool to use, especially in academic contexts. There are people who recommend that you must not use hedging. You must be more clear and those kinds of more generalized when you speak and so on, when you speak and write. But I highly recommend hedging, even in academic context. She said the article she said was the poster seems fake. fake. That's a beautiful thing to do. Seems. Britney Spears is a young singer, right? Must have been born in the 90s, if not 80s. 90s, I think. But Steve Jobs, much older, right? Steve Jobs is a much older person, but Britney Spears is more recent. And we have a context where Britney Spears is talking to a little boy and encouraging that, seemingly encouraging that boy to not listen to his mother, and that he should keep studying. And that boy did the same, and then grew up to become Steve Jobs. Obviously, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible that Britney Spears said this to a young boy who grew up to become Steve Jobs. Right? Steve Jobs was much older when Britney Spears was in the store. Steve Jobs must have been already running Apple, right? So there is a dissonance, cognitive dissonance between what is true and what is mentioned in that poster. If you're not thinking critically, you're immediately thinking, oh, okay, it's good that Britney Spears did this. As teachers, we must encourage, and so on and so forth. Our normal tendency is to sort of think of whatever we get as forwards with that kind of tendency, right? I'm going to show you a couple of more examples of this kind of manufacturing. This was very recent. Very recent. Yeah. So this is our dear Prime Minister when he went on a visit to the US last week. There was this forward we received on WhatsApp. The New York Times headline, the front page of the New York Times saying, "Last best hope of Earth, world's most loved and most powerful leader is here to bless us." Obviously suggesting that somebody in New York Times actually put this on the front page, and that kind of stuff. So do you think this is possible? Do you think it's possible that New York Times published that?
No, sir, it is not possible.
It's not possible. Why do you think it's not possible?
New York Times has been very critical of the present central government.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, because I think that's an important thing to take into account. That New York Times, as a news agent, is actually quite critical of Prime Minister Modi and his politics. But even otherwise, we must think of this slightly more skeptically. New York Times brought out this clarification. This is a completely fabricated image, one of many in circulation featuring Prime Minister Modi. All of our factual reporting on Narendra Modi can be found at, and there's a link where it says, so it's a pity that there are people who manufacture this kind of news, and we get to know that this kind of stuff is there, and we find it difficult to negotiate these things, right? One last thing I want to discuss in a general context before I move on to the actual academic context. Today is Gandhi Jayanti. Can't be more appropriate, right? So the most famous quotation that we hear, you open today's newspaper, I'm sure you'll find it on some page. Gandhi is saying, "Be the change you want to see in the world," right? And it's in inverted commas. And by inverted commas, we know it means you're quoting somebody verbatim, exactly what he said, right? So you open the newspaper and you'll find this quotation. Surely today, I've not seen the newspapers today, I'm sorry, but I'm sure it's there on some page right now, right? Joseph Rancid, one of the people, I mean, lots of people have actually talked about it, but one of the people who actually studied the entire work of Mahatma Gandhi, he said, no, Gandhi has not actually said this. Gandhi has not said, be the change that you want to see in the world. It's a fantastic, it's a catchy, pithy phrase to use. It's so nice to think that, okay, Gandhi used that phrase. But what Gandhi did was actually, he said something like this. We but mirror the exact quote from based on which somebody used that phrase. We but mirror the world, all the tendencies present in the outworld, blah, blah, blah. If we could change ourselves, the tendencies in the world would also change. As a man changes his own nature, so does the attitude of the world change towards him. So he didn't say, be the change that you want to see in the world. Actually, he said something which can be deemed or which can be construed to mean this, right? So there's a difference between what Gandhi actually said and what he seems to have told us in the various quotations that we hear about him, right? This can happen to us. This can happen to us because we are very fond of, you know, we get forwards all the time. We get forwards like this one. I'm sure you've seen this. Yeah, right? You've seen this one. According to a research at an English university, it doesn't matter in what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and the last letter is at the right place. The rest can be a total mess, and you can still read it without a problem. This is because we do not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole. Isn't it amazing? Right? So we've read this kind of a word, this kind of a forward, and we think, wow, it's so amazing that you know, we have this kind of a context where you don't have to teach spelling. I mean, people can guess the meaning, guess the spellings of the words, guess the word that you're saying, even if the letters are not in the correct order and so on. But there's a YouTube video which you can watch at your time. I'm not going to play it now because that will just consume time. There's a YouTube video as a follow-up for this. If you do a little search words matter, that kind of stuff, you will find this Cambridge University words spelling matters. If you Google it, you will find the video where it absolutely debunks this and says Cambridge University does not have a single study which does this kind of thing. The text itself, if you see, you know, all the words, 2-letter words and 3-letter words are anywhere spelled correctly because you cannot interchange the letters, and most of the words are 2- and 3-letter words. The other words, WAHT, you can actually guess it's what instead of WHAT, it's FWAHT. There doesn't require much intelligence and so on, right? So there's a whole video which debunks this. The point I'm making is that we know that we have this kind of information all the time, and we are not so sure whether this information is true. This information can be used, and this information is information which we can use in our reading and writing, especially in the academic context, right? So I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to do an activity with you. But before if you're not able to find it, I'll just share that link. Okay. It's spelling matters. I think I just spelling matters. Yeah. It's easy. I just give it to you in chat now. Yeah. I just Googled it and found it. I hope that's the correct link. Yeah. Okay. So if you go through that video, please don't do that now, but you can go through that video later and we'll tell you how it's different when we look at why we need to evaluate all the texts that we come across, right? So it's important for us to get grips on why we need to evaluate, why we need to reason, why we need to think critically whenever we consume the text. There is I'm going to get you to do an exercise. Yeah. Can you please write your comments on this Padlet. How do you negotiate a Padlet? I mean, it's nothing. Either you double click on the, I mean, once you open the Padlet, it'll show you whatever is on the background. It has a description of what I want you to do. Double click on it or wait for a plus sign at the bottom right corner. Click on the plus sign and you can answer the question. I've asked you to, the question I've asked you is, to put down your ideas about how to improve reading and writing in academic context. A broad general question. It doesn't have to do with critical thinking as such, but let's see what you have to write. Yeah. Are you able to negotiate the Padlet? I mean, any difficulty that you're finding? Either you can double click on the background, or you can wait for the plus sign at the bottom right corner, at the bottom right. Click on that and you will find. Alternatively, you can write on chat or just speak. Do reading texts master our thoughts, or our thoughts do so? Do the texts master us, or are we the masters of the text? What are you saying? I didn't understand what you're saying, Ali. Do the reading text master our thoughts, or our thoughts do so? I think you should tell me what you mean. Yeah. Okay, regular practice. It's important for academic reading and writing. Okay. What else? Start with reading academic content and then analyzing various aspects. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
May I just speak up?
Yes, Vijan. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So, as in, I was always told that never to look at any piece of information as self-sustaining or limited to itself. Like that is how I have been trained.
Everything has a context.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, nothing is fixed. As in, there is no absolute to any of the readings, but it is very subjective. Yeah, that's just
That
the way I'm
everything is subjective and nothing is fixed. That's a nice ethic to follow when you are in academic context. Not only as in academic reading and writing, but also a teacher, as a teacher, to have that idea that you might, I mean, your student might actually say something which you came to the class thinking is a dumb idea, but you have no right to think or utter in class, to believe in class that your student might actually be saying something dumb. That's a nice ethic to keep. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. Vidya says, in the academic context, first seek for the right information. Thank you. Keep updating yourself. Yes, that can happen only by reading continuously with an open mind, may I add. Then that would influence your writing. Thank you. Yeah, that is comprehensive. Making sure our basics are strong. That is like grammar. Okay, somebody says improving academic writing. Okay, I'm going to show you a very commonly used paragraph. Very commonly used paragraph. There's one more. updating vocabulary of academic words. Academic words, academic vocabulary is important. Okay. I'm going to show you a paragraph and I want you to, I mean, it's commonly used. If you know it already, just wait a bit for the others to process it. Yeah, let's see what we can make sense of this one. Yeah. A van driver whistles to a nurse on the street, then swerves to miss a parked car and crashes into a young boy and his father who are driving to school. The father dies at the scene. The boy is transported to the hospital, taken immediately into surgery. The surgeon steps out of the operating room and says, "I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." How come?
They might have, the boy might have had two fathers.
Two fathers.
That's not an issue.
One biological father and one adopted father or something.
No, they can both be adopted fathers.
They
Yeah.
can both be adopted fathers. Okay. Two fathers. Okay. Any other? Any other? Priest, the father in the church. Father in the church.
I would like to correct my position. I think.
I can smell that you got it. Just wait. Rajan, just wait.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I can sniff that you got it. Yeah. Jyoti says clergyman. There was another response saying church father. Could be. Okay. Any other possibility? What's the operative word here? There is a father. There's a father here, right? And the text says crashes into a young boy and his father who are driving to school. The father dies at the scene. That's one operative word. The other is the surgeon steps out of the operating room and says, "I can't operate on this boy. He's my son." So there's a surgeon. Thank you, Sangeeta, for pointing that out. I'm sure that Swajan had that in mind when he said, what did you have in mind, Swajan?
Yes, that exactly. We were assuming something that did not necessarily have to be true.
Yes, Mumtaz said grandfather. Sangeeta says the surgeon could be the mother. Absolutely. We are so conditioned to believing or imagining or visualizing the surgeon as a male. We can't imagine the surgeon could be a mother. The father was driving the son to somewhere. The father died. The son was taken to the hospital. The surgeon, who didn't know about the accident, came out of the surgery room and said, "No, I can't operate on this person. This is my son." So the surgeon says, "This is my son." Our mind is already thinking the surgeon must be a male. The text didn't say that. We brought the assumption to the text. What does this say about reading itself? What does it say to us about reading? I mean, our reading notions, yes. What does it tell us about reading in general? Is reading neutral? Is reading, does everybody read the same text in the same way? It's culture specific. Okay, culture is one of the aspects. What else? What is the bias? Siddhika says it's biased. What happens when it's mixed with our assumption? Yeah, reading is not a one-way process. It's not as if the text is putting something into your head. and you are just neutral recipient of that meaning. No, reading is a two-way process, right? The text tries to give you something, you bring something to the text, your world knowledge, your knowledge of the world, as well as your knowledge of the word, your knowledge of the vocabulary, the meanings of whatever the words are in the text. So there's a ping pong. There is a process that happens between you and the text. There's an interaction that happens. You bring your knowledge to the text, and you read what is in the text, and you change your understanding of what you brought to the text, as well as you change your understanding of what the text is trying to tell you, right? I'm delighted with what Swajan did. One of the things he did, he said, I would like to change my position. That's a brilliant thing to do, and to be able to change your position so soon based on new knowledge or based on new understanding is an ethic we must all aim for. I mean, I'm not trying to single him out for this one, but this thing happened now, right? So I'm just giving you that as an example. How flexible are we to change the position that we had about anything? That is critical thinking, right? So when you read a text, are you making an assumption? Are you just taking something for granted? Are you being biased? Are you being prejudiced? Is it possible that you are reading it wrongly? Is it possible that you're consuming a text without taking recourse to evidence, without taking recourse to the possibility that you might be wrong, you might be reading something wrongly? Now that is critical thinking, right? So when you read a text, now the text that I just showed to you, the first line was, the van driver whistled at the nurse, right? What did you imagine? What kind of a driver? Can you describe the driver, please? I mean, you're all students of literature in some sense, so I'm sure you can give me a good description of the van driver as well as the nurse. Can you just describe, I mean, the nurse and the van driver in your, I mean, what did you visualize when you read the text? The text said the van driver whistled at the nurse, and then something happened to the car. That's okay. But can somebody tell me a description of the van driver? Yeah. Can you describe the van driver as a driver of an ambulance? Okay. Van driver as well as the blew the horn. Okay. Okay. So you're saying, so whistled is not like the actual whistle, but it's blowing the horn. Okay. I would think it was a whistle. I mean, why would the writer say whistled? So the van driver whistled at the nurse. Can you describe the van driver and the nurse as you imagined it? Yeah, go ahead. I mean, there's no right or wrong. You don't have to feel she was blocking the way. That is the nurse. By she, you mean the nurse, right? Dr. Sushma? And Vishnu says he. Yeah, Vishnu says he for the driver, right? Now, how did you make that assumption that the van driver is a male and the nurse is a female?
Sir, may I, sir? May I?
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, I am from Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, Vadivelu is a mega hit comedian, sir.
I am aware of Vadivelu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would like to utter the same dialogue that I remember right now, sir. ஒரு வாலிபன் ஒரு இளைஞன் ஒரு இளைஞியை பார்த்து கண்ணடிப்பது சகஜம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சார். So here immediately when the driver whistled at the nurse, I connected myself that he wanted to impress her or call her something, sir.
Yes, thank you, Suresh, for making it so clear that it's when somebody said culture specific. When I said you bring your own schema, what we read in ELT, right? Schema, we bring our world knowledge or word knowledge to the reader, to the text. That is schema, right? So your schema has this Vadivelu comedy bit that happened in a film that you watched, or in a comedy piece that you watched, and
Yes,
so
sir.
that rang a bell for you when you read this, and
Exactly,
you
sir.
immediately visualized a male ambulance driver whistling at the female nurse, assuming that it's an Ilanjan and an Ilanji and so on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the question I am asking you is, should the van driver have to be a male? Can't it be a female?
Usually, sir. Usually, only male, sir.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Usually, only males whistle, and whistle at people, and usually they whistle at women.
Yes,
Yeah, at females. Yeah. So these are assumptions we're making, right? So the text does not say it's a male van driver. The text does not say it's a female nurse. Nurse can be male or female. Driver can be male or female. So we are making these assumptions, right? So the point I'm trying to raise to you as teachers of English, the point I'm trying to raise to you is, we ourselves are susceptible to making errors, making wrong judgments, even as informed readers and informed writers. We might make assumptions which are probably dubious, probably lacking in evidence, probably questionable, right? So when we are making these assumptions as readers and writers ourselves, we must make sure that somebody's asked me to repeat that, show that slide again. Let's see if I can. I am prone to closing the window once it's over, right? So my apologies for that. Yeah, driver nurse search. Yeah. So we make these assumptions ourselves, so we must watch out. That was the point I was trying to make. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So here. No, I'll show it to you anyway. I have nothing to. All knowledge is for sharing, and so this is the text I showed you. So this is a good example of how we make assumptions based on our world knowledge. Van driver whistles to a nurse. So we know, we almost assume it's a male driver, rowdy fellow, and whistling to a nurse who is a female, probably good looking. Right, we make these assumptions, and so the word driver, the word nurse, the word surgeon has no gender associated with it, except that we have assumptions in our head. Drivers are usually males. People who whistle at others, usually males. Nurses are usually whistled at. Nurses are usually female. Surgeons are usually males. These are assumptions that we're making. So shall I close that? Yeah, thank you. So the point that I'm making is, as teachers of reading and writing, as teachers of language, as informed adults, as people who think we have critical thinking skills, and we have the ability to look beyond what is obviously biased, right? So you see a Britney Spears image saying that there's a Britney Spears spoke to a young boy. The boy grew up to become Bill Gates or Steve Jobs or somebody like that. Or we see a quotation with you might see a quotation tomorrow, APJ Kalam, with a poster, APJ Kalam's picture in it, and it says St. Joseph's College of Engineering is the best college in Tamil Nadu, and you might actually be prone to believing that it's actually he said that, right? So I'm not talking about the quality of the college, but I'm talking about the possibility of that kind of an image, that kind of a quotation being attributed to somebody, and we sort of assume that it might be true, right? So the Cambridge spelling example is also an example of something we consume all the time. We might not be prone to questioning, but we must, right? So the driver, nurse, surgeon context is also like that, right? Now, this happens all the time, even when you're reading a newspaper. I'm going to give you an example of a newspaper report because that lies somewhere between academic reading and general reading, right? So when general reading, you might read a classified text, or, you might read a cursory, this kind of stuff. But even a newspaper report, which lies somewhere in between, because there's a lot of detailing, and we might pay attention or we might not pay attention to it. Somebody is writing the report, so it's done by a human being, and it might be prone to error, it might be prone to certain slant, certain biases, which we must, as informed readers and writers, pay attention to, right? So I'm going to share with you some insights on newspaper reporting, which I think is also a genre we must be careful about when we are consuming text, and our students also, right? So I mean, I've put in pairs and so on, and don't bother about that. Yeah. So there are 3 headlines of the same incident in 3 different newspapers, right? So one is the Hindu, another is the Times of India, and the other is the I think it's the Deccan Chronicle or the Indian Express. I can't remember, right? But 3 different newspapers of the same newspaper reports of the same incident. Now, the 3 bulleted points there are the headlines, right? Boy gets entangled in swing, dies. 10-year-old strangles himself accidentally while playing. Boy strangulates self playing on swing. Now, you look at the 3 headlines and you make different conclusions about what happened, right? You don't know the newspaper report, you haven't read it, you don't know the details, but you read the headline. What is the assumption you make based on the first, the second, and the third? Is there a difference? That's what I want you to tell me, on the basis of what information is foregrounded, what information is backgrounded. That is, in the first and the third one, the headline begins with the word boy, but in the second one, the focus is on it being a 10-year-old. We don't know it's a boy or a girl, but it's a 10-year-old, right? So what information is foregrounded, what information is backgrounded, which headline is more sensational and which is more bland, and how is language used to manipulate your understanding of what is happening in the world? Yeah. Can somebody comment or talk about these 3 headlines and what your takeaways are from the 3 different, what's the difference? Srima says the first one is an involuntary act. Thank you for saying that. Gets entangled, passive voice. Boy is not responsible. The swing is responsible, probably, or somebody else. In the second one, strangles himself, active voice. The 10-year-old strangles himself. He almost killed himself, right? Thank you. The third one also, there is intention. The boy strangulates self, right? Who is to blame? The second and the third, boy is to blame. The first one, boy is not to be blamed. But in the second one, there is the adverb accidentally, which is sort of toning down of the responsibility on the child, saying accidentally he did that, right? So unfortunately, we tend to sideline or overlook these aspects of how language conveys meaning differently. So the same report, the 3 reporters had the option of saying it in a certain way. All the 3 of them chose totally different way of saying it, and the headline that the editors used, obviously totally different, right? So if you look at the bylines for the 3 reports, you'll see one says staff reporter, the other one doesn't say who, the third one also doesn't say who. DC correspondent, Deccan Chronicles correspondent, Times News Network, the second one. First one, staff reporter. So you don't know who did it, who's writing this, right? It's anonymous, the byline. And also, if you look at the actual articles, a 10-year-old boy died after getting strangled while playing on a rope swing at his home in Tirumangalam. Boy was alone when accident happened, and then there's a hyperlink I've given you to the actual article. 10-year-old strangles himself. Casual play turned fatal for a 10-year-old boy who was swinging from a rope in his house in Tirumangalam on Saturday night. Saravanan, class 5 student, corporation school, lived with his father, truck driver, sister, Tirumangalam, mother had died 4 months ago. How that information is relevant to this is just to heighten the sympathy that you feel for him, because he's a motherless child right now, right? So what about the third one? 10-year-old boy's unusual habit of swinging from a cloth. Very dramatic. A 10-year-old boy's unusual habit of swinging from a cloth tied around his neck turned fatal at his home in Tirumangalam. Blah, blah, blah. Again, the details of the father, details of sister, and the fact that the mother died 4 months ago is reported here, right? So you see the slant of each report is different. What information is foregrounded, what information is backgrounded. That is a choice that the writer of this report has to make, and they make it, and how that influences the way in which the reader consumes that report is crucial, right? So as a consumer of a text, if you pay attention to the fact that when you read a text, you read differently based on how the text is presented to you, what kind of a reader you are, and so on, you will remember this when you teach reading to your students as well, right? So in the context of teaching academic reading and writing, we must remember that one, as consumers of text, we have a certain way in which we do things. Two, texts have been written in a certain way so that you consume it in a certain way. We must be aware of both ends of that, because so as a writer, generally, and even in academic writing, we must remember how we must write certain things, because it gets read in a certain way by the reader, right? So that heightened awareness of reading and writing is important when you think of it critically. That's the point I was trying to make. Why is this important in today's context? I'm going to give a little bit of that theory before we get into academic reading and writing examples. See, in the past, there was this jugmug theory, right? So the teacher is the fountainhead of knowledge, and all the students are but empty containers to which we pour forth the knowledge. You know, the teacher pours forth the knowledge, and so on. So the jug mug theory. So there are empty mugs in the classroom, which are the students. The jug is the metaphor for the student, for the teacher, who is the more very informed fountainhead of knowledge, and the knowledge is poured into each mug by the jug, right? So we have moved away from that kind of a parochial understanding of the teaching learning process to a more informed opinion today, where we think of all knowledge as co-construction. We see learning itself as co-construction of knowledge. So we realize, we understand that students come to the classroom with a certain idea or certain set of ideas with certain knowledges. I'm using knowledge in the plural on purpose. Students come to classroom with certain knowledges. The teacher comes to the classroom with certain set of knowledge, and the knowledges of the learners and the teacher interact with each other in the classroom. So it's more, I mean, you see knowledge transaction as happening more at a discussion level, at an interaction level, rather than simply as a one-way where the teacher is imparting knowledge to all the students, right? So that kind of knowledge co-construction context is the current understanding of how language, how knowledge is transacted in the classroom. So with that understanding in mind, we must remember that what we can do as teachers of English, teachers of any language, teachers of any subject actually, is that we realize we are merely slightly more knowledgeable, possibly. I'm using merely, possibly, and all those adverbs because we must not assume that we are more knowledgeable and the student is ignorant. We must not assume that. So that's why I'm saying that. I'm using those adverbs. So critical thinking involves asking those fundamental questions. Is this idea possible? Is this a belief? Is this fact? Is this opinion? What is the attitude the writer brings to the text? What is the attitude I, as a reader, I bring to the text? How is it that it could be biased, it could be prejudiced, or it could be borderline ignorant, right? So critical thinking is key to successfully negotiate this territory of academic reading and writing. That's the point I'm making, right? Now, in academic contexts, there are scholars. I sat in on Dr. Divya John's presentation, and she quoted several authorities. Jeremy Hammer, Rogers came more than once, Richards, like a lot of those people appeared in her talk. She referred to some of the theories of Krashen. I remember she mentioned comprehensible input, which is Stephen Krashen and so on, right? So you have these authorities in academics, in ELT. We have those authorities and we are reading their books all the time. We are consuming their ideas, which are generally held to be true and correct by most people, and so on and so forth. We read books on methods, communicative language teaching, and so on and so forth. And we say, oh, grammar translation is outdated, structural teaching is outdated, structural method is outdated, communicative language teaching is everything. So we put our students into pair work and group work and so on and so forth. Right. So my question is, my submission is, my humble submission is, as consumers of texts, even if they are academic texts, even if they are written by the most cited, most often quoted ELT experts, we must not assume that that's true. We must not take it as a given that it's true, because one of the things Swajan said in the beginning, I'm sorry I'm quoting him often because I think some interesting points he raised. He said that all knowledge has a context. I think that's a crucial thing to remember, right? Now, when you read about communicative language teaching, when you read about methods that are churned out in the UK and the US, one question you must always ask as a teacher of English in India, multilingualism also appeared in the previous presentation, and I'm glad it appeared. We are teaching English in a context where there are other languages, right? One of the examples that I got from one of the participants, I'm sorry, I forgot his name, who gave the example of Vadivelu. He used Suresh, I think. He actually quoted the lines verbatim. He used Tamil, right? As a teacher of English, if my student uses Tamil in the context, it's becoming of me. It's imperative for me to accept that as valid knowledge, a valid point that was made, and to translate with my limited capacity is to translate that knowledge to everybody who probably don't understand Tamil, right? So as a teacher of English in a multilingual context, I must question, are these methods that are recommended by these bigwigs in Western context where other languages come into play in a largely monolingual country, other languages come into play only through the migrants, only through people who are not those highly accomplished, lofty, native, I'm putting inverted commas because I hate that expression, but just for for ease of understanding, I'm using the expression native speakers, native users of language. So in our context, where English is an important language because it's constitutionally given a lot of weightage, it's one of the two official languages, widely used language. People from bottom up, they put a lot of pressure on all of us to improve our fluency in English. We look down upon, unfortunately, people who cannot speak fluent English. Those who speak broken English, we think, oh, they're not educated enough, and so on. So when we have that kind of context, and when we have the rich multilingual context around us, where everybody is reasonably fluent in at least 2, if not 3 or 4 languages, how can we just use a method prescribed by somebody sitting in the UK or US, something which they say worked for them, right? So as critical readers, as critical thinkers, as practitioners of ELT in India, we must, I submit, we must read these texts with a pinch of salt, if not a fistful of salt, with some skepticism. Will this work in my context? I'm not so sure. Let me try. before you accept, yeah, Jeremy Hammer said this, so I'm going to accept this and go and do this in class. No, it might not work. I think we must be ready to question or be unsure about those aspects. So that's why I referred to hedging also sometime earlier, because all the time we speak with so much confidence as if we know everything, even because Krashen said this, it must be true, and so on and so forth. We must have the humility to understand that, yeah, somebody said that, but we must almost also have our own voice in saying that, okay, in my experience of having taught for 20 years, I think this doesn't work as easily as it did for Jeremy Hammer, because in Jeremy Hammer's context, it might work, but my context, I think I have to use a mix of grammar translation and structural method and an eclectic way and so on and so forth, right? So I don't know, I'm not recommending anything, but I'm just saying you must have both the humility to say I might not be right all the time, but also the sense of assertiveness in saying that, well, from whatever I have experienced in these many years, this is what works in my classroom. And so I need to strike a balance between those two. And that interaction happens with critical thinking. That's why I'm recommending critical thinking to you. Now, there are a few texts which I want to show it to you as absolutely non-obvious, right? So there are, what I showed to you now are obvious that, you know, there's a lot of bias in the reporting. There's a lot of unknown, I mean, not so clear things that are not that are mentioned in it, which we need to delineate and so on. But I'm going to show you a text which, two texts actually. First, I'll start with the newspaper report, the obvious culprit. Very heartwarming actual report, very heartwarming report. Yeah. The headline says, Muslim woman's Krishna painting presented to Kerala temple deity, right? Written by two people, Rajiv and Jayakrishnan Nair, Kozhikode and Kottayam. Reporting happens from two places here. A painting of Lord Krishna as an infant by Jasna Salim, a 20-year-old devout Muslim homemaker, mother of two, was ritually presented on Sunday before the deity at Sri Krishna Swami Temple in Ulanadu, a small village near Pandalam in Pathanamthitta district in Kerala. Right? For Jasna, fondly nicknamed Kanna, in bracket, dear child, and a synonym for Krishna by her family, it was a dream come true to have her painting of the infant Krishna, bracket, Unni Kanna, formally accepted by a Hindu temple. Though she had earlier gifted her paintings to Guruvayur and also temple and blah, 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 this was the first time that she could present it before a deity. I was moved by the gesture, blah, 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 blah. She added that she had gone to the temple after offering her regular morning namas. Right? I want you to pay attention to two things. I mean, there are various things here, various things happening, the reporting, which we need to sort of be aware of. But I want you to pay attention to two things. One, the first paragraph, a 28-year-old devout Muslim. What makes these two writers, these two reporters, use that expression, devout Muslim homemaker and mother of two or whatever? What is the importance of this writer saying, these writers saying devout Muslim? Why did they have to say that? Can somebody tell me why is this? Why is it that these two reporters have to upfront in the first paragraph say devout Muslim? What's the point?
Yes, sir. If I may.
Yeah. Please.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for.
Mumtaz, you want to go ahead? Yeah, Mumtaz.
Yeah,
Because Bhajan has been speaking a few times. Yeah. Yes, Mumtaz.
It's
Yes.
the context of religion, and that's why they have used that vocabulary.
Yeah, it is a context of religion which is not expected, right? You expect a devout Hindu to make a painting of the Krishna and, you know, present to a temple. It won't even appear in the newspaper possibly, right? The reason it has come here is because it is unusual to expect a Muslim woman to paint Lord Krishna and present it to a Kerala, to a Hindu temple, right? So the context is that. The assumption that the reporters are making is the readers of this article will assume that this Muslim woman is not devout enough. the reporters are assuming that the readers of this article will question, will be skeptical. Why is this Muslim woman painting Krishna? Is she not Muslim enough? No, we must emphasize that she is Muslim enough. Says she is a devout Muslim. And the last paragraph on this page, of course, it continues on page 13, but on this page, the last paragraph, she added that she had gone to the temple after offering her regular morning namaz, right? So you're at 2 points. The reporters are underscoring the fact, are putting it in bold letters and italics and making it raising the font of the thing and all that, emphasizing the fact that she is a devout Muslim. She has finished her namaz and then only gone to the temple, and so on and so forth. She is not she's not a non-believing Muslim. She's not a borderline Hindu. She's not a casual votary of the religion, and so on and so forth, right? No, I'm just giving you this as an example. I have nothing against these two writers, these two reporters. I've just picked up some random newspaper report. It's not as if there's anything wrong with this. A very heartwarming thing, and nobody usually does that, right? I mean, we hear often newspaper reports of conflicts, people killing each other on the name of religion, and so on. So in that context, it's very heartwarming. But as a critical thinking person and a person who is dealing with reading and writing in a much more invested way, we must pay attention to these aspects of text. That's my purpose, right? So does it suggest, Sushma asks, Dr. Sushma, does it suggest unity in diversity or trying to provoke religious bias? No. Unity in diversity is exactly the purpose of the reporters. My question is not, I'm not at all questioning their intention, but the writer's intention, when they highlight these two aspects, that it's a devout Muslim and she went to the temple for this whatever after performing namaz, those two things, it's one, to avoid controversy. The readers who are Muslims themselves might start thinking, what nonsense, what is wrong with this woman, why should she do this, right? To just calm their tempers. She is a devout Muslim, she just did namaz and went, so don't get worried, don't get annoyed with her. That's one. The other is for the readers who assume, oh, maybe this person is not devout enough, not Muslim enough, and so on. So to counter that, the writers are doing that. Now, as an informed reader and as a person who is teaching reading and writing, academic reading and writing mostly, we must pay attention to these aspects of texts. That's my submission. A devout Muslim will read namaz, so an emphasis that she is devout. Yeah, exactly, right? So that's the point. Now I'm going to end with something which is in your face, right? In your face, not you as using in a general term. When I read that first, I was shocked. I was taken aback. I was spellbound that this could happen. So I'm going to, So I'm going to share that screen. I can share the resource with you as well. But I'm going to share the screen just to show you how emphatic it is, right? So how up there it is. So we must be very, very careful. That's the point. Yeah. Yeah. Can you see this text? This is a website, right? You can see this website. dhmo.org, right? Is it visible to you all? I mean, can somebody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So dihydrogen monoxide research division, right? Fantastic, right? I mean, it's really very impressive. What does it say? Welcome to the website for dihydrogen monoxide research division, DMRD, currently located in Newark, Delaware. The controversy surrounding there's a hyperlink here if you want to click on it. The controversy surrounding dihydrogen monoxide has never been more widely debated, and the goal of this site is to provide an unbiased data clearinghouse and a forum for public discussion. Explore our many special reports. There's a hyperlink, including the DHMO FAQ, which is a hyperlink, a definitive primer on the subject, plus blah, blah, blah. The success of this site depends on you, the citizen concerned about dihydrogen monoxide. We welcome your, this one. Okay. So I just click on FAQs. What is dihydrogen monoxide? It's a colorless, odorless chemical compound, also known to some by as dihydrogen oxide, hydrogen hydroxide, hydronium hydroxide, or simply hydric acid. Its basis is the highly reactive hydroxyl radical, a species shown to mutate DNA, denature proteins, disrupt cell membranes, and chemically alter critical neurotransmitters. The atomic components of this one is blah, blah, blah. And the more detailed information, you can click on this link, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links. Should I be concerned about dihydrogen? Yes, you should be concerned about DHMO. All the US government, this one does not classify this as a toxic or carcinogenic substance. It's a blah, blah, blah. Research conducted by so-and-so concluded roughly this one. Similar study by so-and-so found that nearly 90% were willing to sign a petition to support an outright ban. Why haven't I heard about? Good question. Historically, the dangers of this, for the most part, have been considered minor, manageable, while the most significant dangers currently addressed by a number of agencies, including blah, blah, blah. Right? So what are the some of the dangers? Death due to accidental inhalation, even in small quantities. Prolonged exposure to solid DHMO causes severe tissue damage. Major component of acid rain, gaseous demission can cause severe burns. It also contributes to soil erosion. My goodness. Yeah, all that stuff. Industrial solvent, what are the well-known uses? It's used in everything. It's used everywhere. Right? So you can see all the uses of that thing. You might be startled to know that it's also an additive in food products, in cough medicines, other liquid pharmaceuticals, in spray oven cleaners. One of the most surprising facts is it's a contamination in its use as food and produce decontaminant and so on. So what is the, is there a link between this and gun violence? The incidence of gun violence seems to be rising. A recent stunning revelation is that in every single instance of violence, both in the US and this one, DHMO was involved. In fact, DHMO is often very available to those who do harm to others. So what must we do is just ban it, right? Are there groups that oppose a ban? Yes, there are groups which, there are friends of hydrogen hydroxide. There's an actual group that does that and so on and so forth. You know, there's a whole lot of FAQ and what can I do to minimize the risk? There's all this here, right? Now, what is hydrogen monoxide? Sorry, dihydrogen monoxide. So this is a Washington Post article that I'm sharing with you. Chemical compound dihydrogen has been implicated in the death of thousands of Americans. Chemical is so caustic that it accelerates the corrosion. Judging these facts, you'd think that should be banned, right? What do you think? Should be banned or not? It leads to excessive sweating and urination. It's a major component of acid rain and all that stuff. Seems like an open and shut case until you realize that a chemical compound dihydrogen oxide is simply water, right? Nathan Zoner, 14-year-old fellow, he conducted his science fair project using this, and he's quoted here in the first page, right? He's quoted here saying, sorry, in the second page. He's quoted here saying, research conducted by award-winning US scientist Nathan Zoner, a 14-year-old fellow whose project this is. He created this website. He sent it to people across. Why haven't I heard? There's an FAQ, there's this and there's that and all that. And people bought into that argument. People went berserk saying, oh God, really? My goodness, why are we not doing enough? Why is DHMO a major component of acid rain? Acid rain has a lot of rain, has a lot of water in it. Damn it. I mean, this is obvious. Once you realize that dihydrogen monoxide is nothing but H2O, which is water, you suddenly realize that all this reading that you sometimes do is simply gas, right? So the point I'm trying to make, ultimately, just to repeat myself, is we must be, I mean, this is the website I was referring to, and this is the Washington Post article that I was referring to, right? So the point in effect that I'm making is we must all be aware, we must all be conscious of ourselves as readers and writers of text before we recommend what our students must do in reading and writing. And that is why my contention is critical thinking is crucial, because we are all the time consuming academic texts and we are doling out academic texts as well. We must be a bit more watchful, a bit more careful about what we read, what we write, and what we speak as well, right? Thank you very much. If you have any comments or questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. It is
That's my institutional email. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
It's yet again an interesting and insightful presentation from Deepesh sir, and it's really amazing to listening to you, sir. And you made this entire session more interactive by using without any slides, you said, but we could get and elicit lots and lots of insightful clippings and the inputs, all very pertinent and relevant, and quite useful for our transactions, the classroom transactions with our students. Absolutely wonderful listening to you, sir. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvana.
Yeah, being taking time off and being with us. It's really it's amazing. Thank you so much, and our sincere and heartfelt thanks to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
It was an excellent session, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Venkateshwara.
We enjoyed it thoroughly, sir. We were able to listen to you. It was about 1 hour. We are not able to believe it, right? We started and it's just more than 1 hour.
Yeah.
It was insightful.
The time just slipped. That's what I
use any number of adjectives to describe it, sir.
Oh, thank you. I hope I'm not standing between you and your lunch in a
Not really.
Yeah, if there are any questions or comments, it would be nice. Yeah.
Sir,
Yes.
good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, and your professional experience was really remarkable to understand. I'm just a simple research scholar, but I have a concern that one of the texts you presented in the beginning, which had a few errors, like spelling errors, and I, as a layman or like a common person, if I'm
Layperson,
given the
thank you.
text,
Yeah.
layperson, thank you.
Thank you.
So if I'm given the text and asked to criticize on that, if I'm unable to read those words, like if there are so many spelling mistakes, how would I be able to critic or like present my critical analysis on that? That is my concern.
No,
Probably you may not agree with that, like what I say, but yes, I'm a common person, not like an educator. I'm asking as a lay person, as you said. I'm mentioning this.
I
need
can
a
notice that
clarification.
you're emphasizing your humility so much. Please don't do that. A research scholar, I think, is more valuable than we can imagine. Yeah. Coming to your point, my point was not to suggest that we are all experts or that spelling is a given. Why I projected that particular text was, we got it as a forward. I mean, I got it as a forward, and my initial this one was, wow, it's so amazing that actually if you invert the first and if you retain the first and the last letter in its correct place and you make a mess of the rest of the letters, you can still read a text. Then why do we need to teach spelling to our students in the first place, right? So that was my initial question, and then I did a little bit of search, and then I realized, and I could actually read that text without any issue. And as a teacher of English, generally, we come across texts written by students where there are lots of spelling mistakes, and we tend to sort of still make sense of what they're trying to say. Mostly, sometimes we cannot, but mostly we can. Now, so that prompted me to do a Google search and say, okay, what is it true that there is some research like this where which claims that, which found that you don't have to teach spelling, right? So if in actual reality people can make sense of words, even if just with the first and the last one correct and rest of it is a mess, then as a teacher of English we don't need to teach spelling at all. I mean, spelling is a given. So that made me search this, and I realized that it's not true. This text is not true. It's false, and it's just one of the effective ways in which people get to us and think, oh, this is how things happen. So that was my point. My point was not to say that people can read English when there is no spelling and so on. I'm not making any claim about spelling. I'm merely making claims about the verity of claims made by people without any evidence. That's my point. Yeah. There are some comments. Sriman Nandi.
There's a question by Sriman ma'am.
Just
Yes.
reading that. Do we really have the time to do critical thinking in the English class with our students during the stipulated time? Thank you for asking that question. Why isn't our engineering syllabus framed to develop critical thinking? Critical thinking is not something that you have to do on a separate class. Critical thinking is something you have to build into your existing class. Now, just to give you an example quickly, Lakshmi, my apologies, I'm just going to name you. I'm not going to use prefixes. Lakshmi said, I'm a layman. And then she immediately corrected herself and said lay person. Great. That is critical thinking. Because when you say layman, you are assuming that the word man can be used generically to represent men and women and others. But when you say lay person, you are using a term which is appropriate, which actually covers everybody. That is critical thinking. So I don't have to, it's just took me half a second when she corrected it, or when I just say thank you for saying layperson and so on. I brought her attention to the fact. I'm sure that the next time she uses layman, she'll think about it. So critical thinking need not be dealt with in a particular way, in a big pompous ceremonial way. These many hours I'm going to spend critical thinking. It can be woven into each class of yours with your existing syllabus, right? So engineering syllabus has aspects where you can weave critical thinking into. That is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, wonderful dimension, wonderful session, new dimension, excellent examples. I hope you have answered your question, Srimanandi. Yeah. Do we have the time to do? Yeah, I think that's a repeat. Thanks a lot, informative. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah. Any other question or comment that you want to make? Just one point I'll just quickly add, if there's nothing else for anybody to say, is we often shy away from critical thinking because these are touchy, sensitive topics. What if, I get into trouble, blah, blah, blah. There is the idea, when textbook writers, material creators, they have the context of, oh, okay, thank you, sir. Okay. I thought you were talking about the next session. I'm running late or something. Yeah, there is the idea of Bowdlerization. Yeah, I don't know if you've come across this term, but Bowdlerized texts. It's a commonly used term for people who write materials for ELT, for other textbooks and so on. They involve in Bowdlerization a lot, right? Why do they involve in Bowdlerization? That is, you sterilize all the text of anything that is controversial because you don't want to get into any trouble. Your focus is on language. Your focus is on listening, speaking, reading, and writing, grammar, and vocabulary. You don't want to get into these aspects because, it's touchy, sensitive. You might get into a trouble. People might file a case against you and so on. Be watchful of that. Be mindful, but don't hesitate to take up unbowdlerized text. So I, for example, I chose a text where a Muslim woman is making a painting of Lord Krishna. I took context where a boy seemingly strangulated himself and so on. I didn't hesitate from taking text like that, right? So people who are critical thinkers or who advocate critical thinking, they recommend taking texts which are somewhat can lead to controversy, but the teacher has to be very careful when negotiating this. Disclaimers are very much required. Hedging is crucial. To negotiate your own voice in the din of voices of experts is also crucial, right? Yeah, I'll just put down my email once again. c@snuchennai.edu.in. Yeah, that's my institutional email. I teach at Shivanada University in Chennai, and we're going to, I just quickly say this. We're going to start PhD programs in January. So if any of you is interested in associating with us in that sense, you can also watch out. I'm not assuring that you get admission for that, but we are hoping for a generous research funding and so on and so forth. Yeah. You can also reach out to me on email for anything pertaining to what I spoke about in this presentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I also personally gained. I am the one, Suresh, who referred very well.
Yes, I realized, yes.
Actually, sir, one last question, sir. Sorry. I'm really facing a very big challenge in teaching writing to the students, sir. May I have one good, interesting activity or idea, sir, to teach writing skills?
Yeah. See, in the teaching of writing, we've moved from, I'm sure you know this, we've moved from looking at writing as simply creating a product to the process itself, right? So in order to get students to write, we often use these two acronyms. I think I'm very fond of using these acronyms, which is CODER, or people also use this acronym, which is POWER. So C stands for collecting your ideas, O stands for organizing them, D for drafting, E for editing, and R for revising, right? So what you must do in class is we must ensure that our students get to go through this process. So while collecting ideas, when you're given a topic, you give an interesting topic that appeals to them, not simply write a letter to the commissioner of police, blah, 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 but some topic which is of relevance to them. Give them a topic, ask them to collect their ideas in groups, organize those ideas in groups, draft individually, edit, cross-edit in pairs, for example, and then revise their stuff individually again. I think that's a useful process to follow when you are teaching writing in the classroom at any level, whether you're teaching in primary school or at the university or college. I think you can do that. Yeah.
So what is that power, sir?
Power is another acronym for the same thing. P is for, I can't remember the word. I think it's something like ideas, but I can't remember. It's same thing. Collect your ideas. It is, but it's the same thing. And instead of draft for D in coder, it is write. So W for writing. So it's the same thing. CODER is good enough. Collect your ideas, organize them, draft draft your writing, edit it, and then revise it. Yeah, that would be a good.
Awesome. Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing that insight, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So if there is nothing else to add or say, can I ask Dr. Venkateshwara to permission to leave?
Sir, before that, no, we would like to propose vote of thanks as a formal note.
Go ahead.
And it gives me immense pleasure in proposing vote of thanks on behalf of St. Joseph Engineering College and Welta World English Language Learners, Teachers, Trainers Association. It's really indeed amazing to listening to Deepesh sir for this past 1 hour, 1 hour 15 minutes or so. Just a time slip, just like that. It is really varied, I should say, and it is really quite binding. And see all these very insightful inputs we have received. Really, it is going to be really critical thinking, and it has changed our perspective, the very perspective of how the teacher should practice, first of all, to begin with, we need to be critically aware of whatever we speak as well as we do and transact in the class. That's how we need to become very, very aware of whatever we do inside the classroom and all our practices, especially when it comes to reading and writing. That's how we can instill this kind of awareness in our learners as well. It was really wonderful to listening to you, sir, and definitely we will carry this forward and practice in our day-to-day transaction in the classrooms.
Thank you.
And it's really amazing to listening to you. Thanks a lot for taking time off and
Thank you
gracing
very
this
much,
occasion
Sarunan.
with
Thank you.
this wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank
So
you.
thank you,
to
sir.
you,
Thank
sir.
you for accepting our invitation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Venkateshwara. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks a lot,
We
sir.
seek
Thanks a lot.
your blessings
Thank
as
you.
well as support.
Thank you to all for being involved in professional development on a holiday, which is a national holiday.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you, sir.
once again, sir. We seek your blessings and support for our Velta Forum as well.
Sure, sure.
And
Always.
it's an open invitation. Hoping to see you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
There
Thank
as well.
you. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you and good day, sir. Yeah.
Good day.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thanks, Venkatesh.
A warm good afternoon, ma'am. Afroza, ma'am. Ma'am, thanks for joining, ma'am. Afroza, ma'am.
Sir, it is good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thanks for joining, ma'am. That was the end of the session. We are going to join again by 1:15 sharp, ma'am. We'll have the next session by Dr. Abhilasha, ma'am. We break for lunch now. We'll join by 1:15 sharp, ma'am. Thanks for joining, ma'am. Afroza, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Afroza, ma'am, good afternoon and thanks for joining us. And it's Saravanan with you from Velta.
My pleasure indeed. Thank you so much for this warm welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, hearty welcome once again, ma'am. Good
We
day to
also
you.
welcome Dr. Abhilasha, ma'am, who has joined us. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Abhilasha, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Nakala, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon,
I was listening, but I couldn't respond. Sorry.
That's okay, ma'am. That's okay. But no, somehow we managed
And
kind of. Yeah.
I know you have done a very good job. And Dr. Deepesh, I know him personally. I have attended his sessions earlier also.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. And you
Great
people
scholar,
are
ma'am. We
doing-
have to make use of him for our forum also.
Velta.
Yeah, really. Yeah, Velta. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, he readily consents, ma'am. It will not be a problem, I think, Saranan, right? He'll readily accept.
Yeah,
Such
yeah.
a nice person.
Yes, yes. Yes. And you are doing so very well, sir. You're managing everything.
Thank you,
It's
ma'am.
going on
And
smoothly. And
He deserves a very special appreciation, ma'am.
both of you need to be appreciated.
We feel humbled, ma'am, and it's really meticulously you planned everything and
Yeah, yeah, that is what is going on smoothly.
properly executed all the
Yes,
things.
yes. You have a break, sir, now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Up to 1:15.
We break for lunch. We'll join by 1:15 sharp, ma'am.
Okay, sir. I'll
Thank
be.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you and good day, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, good day.
I request all the participants to stay connected. We'll start sharp by 1:15. Thank you all. Good afternoon, ma'am. Abhilasha, ma'am. Abhilasha, ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
very much audible, sir. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, ma'am. I kindly request Manasa, ma'am, to introduce the speaker.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, dear friends. It will be a great honor for me to introduce Dr. R. Abhilasha. Ma'am has MA, MPhil, PhD. She works as an assistant professor of English at Holy Cross College, Autonomous, Nagarkoil. In brief, she has worked as a English language teacher in Adarsh Vidya Kendra CBSE school, Nagarkoil, and she has been working as a lecturer, and she has worked as a lecturer and assistant professor of English in Nurul Islam's College and Center for Higher Education at Takalai, and currently she is with Holy Cross Autonomous College as an assistant professor. And the list is a bit too long, actually. I would say I was really shocked and amazed, ma'am, when I happened to see your profile. It was like so huge, and you had contributed so much. And I'm very happy that I'm meeting you today. And
Madam, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome you once again, ma'am. Hearty welcome to you.
she has a lot of
I know
awards.
Madam has joined in
She had
spite of
been
her
a
busy
university
schedule
rank
today.
holder in a master result, and yes, sir. Like she's also been awarded the Best Educator Award on September 5th, 2021. And I know the list is like about a workshop and training and seminar that she had attended. It's like endless. I would say I was amazed, ma'am. I'm so glad that you've joined, and moreover, she has an experience in accreditation, and she's been with AICT, NAC, and UGC for like from the year 2014 till 2019. She has been a part of accreditation and inspection committee, and her roles are not just ending with teaching, I would say, because I am able to see her that she's been an internal auditor, and she's been in the board of studies for designing the English curriculum, and she's been leading the magazine like calendar and handbook committee. She's been as a board chairman for paper evaluation. She's been in charge of department library. She's been taking care of the reception and the stage committee for all the conferences that was held between 2012 to 2016. And she's been a member of anti-ragging committee and hostel monitoring. It's endless. I would say that this is endless. And she's also been an editor in so many newsletters and so many areas, and she has also guided so many students in up their BA projects and their MA projects, and with also their MPhil dissertations. And she's also a member of a professional body like LTI and All India Association for Christian Higher Studies. She is also an editorial board member and reviewer for international journals. And to add on, she is a visiting faculty at PS College of Nursing, Takulam, affiliated to MGR University. Ma'am, it's the list. Like if I would say that, I think it will go endlessly. I'll be very delighted, and I hope all the participants will be highly delighted to hear from you. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining with us today.
Thank you for your warm words of welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the elaborate, introductory note as well.
Ma'am, it's actually very brief. I was shocked. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Abhilasha, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone there. A warm good afternoon. Am I audible?
Ma'am, but I think there is a lot of background noise, I would say. You're audible, but I think there is noise from, I think if I'm not wrong. So, UV, sir.
Ma'am,
Yes,
you're audible, ma'am.
there is a little disturbance,
Yes.
but her voice is
Yes,
heard
voice is
from a
clear.
distance.
Yes, yes,
Shall
ma'am.
shall I continue?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm extremely happy to be a part of this knowledge sharing session and to share the same platform with a lot of language experts and literary luminaries. And I'll be dealing with a part of strategies to be employed in ESL classrooms. actually. And my focus would be, or my presentation plan would be like this. That is, I have delved deep into different categories of strategies involving, the skills of language learning, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And also, I have segregated my area meant exclusive for adult learners as well as for young learners. So, and my prime focus would be on the cognitive factors and affective factors and the psychomotor factors that influences the teaching learning process in the long run, especially importing the certain nuances of language as well as literature. Yes, shall we begin our session? And I shall
Yes, ma'am.
share,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. I'll share my slides.
Sir, is it the network is on my end?
Is my screen visible?
Ma'am, your screen is not visible, ma'am.
Okay. Just a minute. Now is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, ma'am.
Yes. So again, a warm welcome. So before I delve deep into my topic of discussion, I'd like to trigger an input to my intelligent audience that there's a mystery which remains unresolved for centuries together. That is, why those students could not communicate in English in spite of their schooling for more than 1.5 decades, roughly 15 years of their schooling, ranging from pre-KG to +2. From pre-KG, UKG, LKG, and from grade 1 to 12, they have first-hand experience and they are very much exposed to English as a language, but still they could not speak or write good English or the so-called proper English. What could have been the reason? What could have been the underlying factors? And the questions are many, but the answer also are varied. But this is a serious issue that demands great speculation from different trainers of language, as far as I'm concerned. Because as I began my career as a teacher of English at the school level, and still I have academics with even PhD scholars. I have handled a range of students, and I could find a lot of disparity, in the language acquisition process and the teaching learning modality as well. So that is the reason why I opted. Proper strategies in English SL classrooms would be a proper prompt to engage the students to come out with better outcome or the so-called desirable goals. So actually, strategies in the English classroom, that is the prime focus today. And strategy is nothing but a plan. To quote the words of Socrates, he says, I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. Okay. So I'm back to the terminology or strategy. The term strategy is used to imply a thoughtful planning. Basically, it could be a planning of actions using available resources, or it could be a combination of different methods, in fact, or the components of comprises methods or means and organization, a form of work. Then teaching strategy. It's a unique structure encapsulating individual style and pattern. I have my own way of teaching. Perhaps the other teachers may have their own modality of teaching. See, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole world or whole life believing that it's a stupid. I quote the words of Albert Einstein. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's a stupid. So teaching strategies are very important in framing or in bringing out the innate talents of students. So it could include, it could be a teaching strategy, it could be a structure or an instructional objective, or even an outline of planned tactics. Now there are different terms that are attributed to students or the process of teaching and learning process, especially English. English as a second language, English learners or English language learners or English speakers of other languages. First language, not English. Teaching English as a foreign language, TEFL. So all these terminology mean either one and the same, that is either English as a second language or as a foreign language. So ESL is the use of English by speakers with the different native languages. This program uses only English as the instructional language for eligible students and for aspiring candidates. The ESL teachers specialize in helping non-native speakers from all age groups and help them acquire fluency in English, both in the spoken as well as in the written forms. Now, who are these ESL or EFL students? Students whose primary language or language of the home is other than English and would require additional English language support to develop language skills like listening, speaking, reading, and of course writing skills. You see, in more than hundreds of countries, ranging from France to Thailand or to Israel to Malaysia, English is being taught as a second language. Okay? And in countries like UAE, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Costa Rica, mostly English is being taught as a foreign language. And the scenario in India, of course, as English is very much inbuilt in the curriculum, we are learning English as a second language because it has been made mandatory as part of our curriculum as one of the mandatory papers. And Importance of incorporating strategy. Why is it so to incorporate strategies in learning and teaching? Learning strategies are important for students in order to learn successfully. It's not a mere process. It involves development, it involves acquisition, it involves it's not only learning but understanding and assimilation of the knowledge. It allows students to make meaningful connections between concepts learned in class and real life situations. It helps students to have a thorough understanding of the process of learning. The person who can make hard things easy is the teacher. So it is imperative on the part of the teacher to incorporate proper learning strategies on par with the caliber and tenacity of the learners. The prime motive could be easy enhancement or easy learning. That is the motive behind incorporating strategies. Now, strategies in L2 classrooms, we'll be concentrating more on the usefulness of incorporating strategy as part of our teaching learning process. It could create or it could end up in cultivating relationship, teaching across curriculum. For emphasizing on productive language, we need strategies, and developing language fluency or proficiency of those strategies are very important. And to differentiate the different skills also, we need to incorporate or use multiple modalities. Now, one of the strategies that could be implemented at all levels, especially at the school level, especially for younger learners, could be a total physical response. This is a very successful strategy that are being carried out in most of the schools in foreign countries, because it is more of a physical response, which will not make learners so dull or monotonous, because as they are very much into it, as they are physically involved, there may not be much of a scope for boredom. It's created by an American psychologist, Dr. James Fisher. Total physical response is based on the experience of how humans learn their L1, that is the first language. That is the method of teaching in L2, the second language, by developing listening comprehension. The first and prime foundation is to enhance listening so as to promote comprehension. And this is being done through a series of commands to which students respond with physical activity. And TPR is a combination of movement and language to enhance language acquisition from both the teacher and student. Students actively use both left and right sides of the brain. And it works well while teaching vocabulary, words, storytelling, and narrative language. Because while teaching vocabulary and all, especially the action words, it could be easily imparted to the learners by showing proper or definite actions. So when we look at this total physical response, as when we deploy this particular strategy, we can assert that the total cognitive, affective, and psychomotor factors are very much into this. And the characteristics of this TPR, they range, vary, and bringing language to life, because we are learning while doing, by promoting or executing the actions, facilitating enough for easy understanding, instant learning of the target language, long-term retention. That's very important, because our learners are trained in such a way to learn something just for the purpose of examination, or for the examination point of view, or to get through the exams, or they don't remember anything what they have learned in the previous class. They don't remember not even anything whatever they have learned in the previous semester, because long-term retention is out of sight, mainly because their focus is very much into the examination point of view. They don't concentrate on the so-called understanding and assimilating, just study for the purpose of attending the examination and clearing and come out with the flying colors. Right? So as it is involved, as the physical activity is being involved, it is much of a stress-free learning as well. So these are some of the activities, or what would be the gaming activities, or I should say the strategies. How children can be trained to learn in an engaged and enthusiastic manner by involving such activities like storytelling. Because irrespective of age, either younger or older, everybody likes to listen to stories, right? So it could be a storytelling activity, or dumb charades, or even songs, or mimes or role plays. A stroll around the classroom, gallery walk. The children can move around the class and explore what are the things that are available in the class. They can find lot many books, and what are the ideas that are presented in the book, and there are different things that are available in the class, and they can understand. They can have a first-hand knowledge of the images of the things that are printed in the book. So gallery work, these are some of the activities that come under total physical response. And storytelling, of course, this method uses pantomime and physical activity again. So total physical response story would use a good mix of students' native language and talk. Here, code mixing or code switching is permissible to a particular extent, if not thoroughly, or grammar translation method could be deployed to some extent, but if not fully. And teachers tell a story with plenty of justice and action, and the students are also into it because they also tend to act it out. Because small, tiny toddlers, they love listening to stories because it's a vehicle for teaching meaning, repetition of key phrases and body movements, and that is the main reason why even today, even as adult learners, you and me, we cannot forget even the nursery rhymes that we learned ages before, or we cannot forget the thirsty crow story, or whatever it may be, because we learned it with our full heart and soul. And moreover, the storytelling also engages the learner in verbal as well as non-verbal communication, because most of the ideas are transferred to the learners more through non-verbal rather than verbal. So that is also one of the reasons why storytelling has been a successful strategy, especially at the school level. And the next one would be cooperative learning. The concept of cooperative learning is inbuilt in collaborative learning also. It's drawn from the educational philosophy of early social researchers such as Vygotsky, Jean Piaget, and Levin, who called attention to the role of community and social interaction in all aspects of learning. And those are the people who sculpted community language teaching as well as, and how cooperative learning is beneficial for any student learning a second language, because it helps second language learners to interact more with other students, because less of interaction, less of acquisition, more of interaction, more of learning. See, we cannot deny the fact, even some of the rickshaw pullers, they speak fluent English. Don't bother about their grammatical structure, but they are effective communicators. Even some of the street hawkers in most of the tourist spots, they speak better English because of exposure and interaction. Because interaction always enhances language learning and promotion, and that leads to proficiency, competence as well. So, and it allows learners to witness their, teachers to witness the learning of the students. It improves academic performance as well as increase motivation, strengthen self-esteem, encourage students bonding, and promote literacy skills. Why, if we probe deep into the question of why city students are better in their communication skills as compared to the students in urban and rural areas, because of the exposure and experience, first-hand experience that they get. In rural places, they have the second option, so-called the liberty to use their vernacular medium or their regional dialect. Whereas in cities and all, mostly they stick on to English as the medium of communication. That is the main reason. Okay, because this interaction, cooperative learning, happens at a large scale. So it is always a successful teaching strategy in which small group, each with the different levels, use a variety of learning activities to improve their understanding of a subject. So the basic elements of cooperative learning range from positive interdependence, because actually every member has their, every member has his or her own unique ideology, but everything is put together as a whole to represent the group. Face-to-face interaction is there, individual accountability is there. It's more like a group event. It's an individual accountability, but at the same time, they do sharpen their social skills as well. And the group also, they also progress as a group activity, and they process their knowledge, because it is more of individual responsibility and a collective responsibility as well. Now, the different activities that could be incorporated under cooperative learning. Now, 6 activity. This is a most common strategy that's being employed mostly at all levels of learning, not necessarily in the primary level, but in the secondary level, or even that could be implemented. It is a method of organizing classroom activity that makes students dependent on each other to succeed, because a team spirit, the flexibility, understandability, and adjustability is something lacking in the present scenario. That is why most of the individuals end up as introverts. There is no proper sharing and caring, and everybody wants to be independent. But it's good to be independent, but at the same time, there should be some learning, some grouping. There's some sharing. Sharing of responsibility is very important. So group members share responsibility for each other, and they grow as a team. And for each other's learning by using critical thinking and social skills to complete either an assignment. So each member understands his or her responsibility, and each member is productive to the maximum, because it enables each student, a home group, to specialize in one aspect of a learning unit, because as I told you, each one is equally responsible. And number-head activities also, actually, yet another activity could be implemented even at the tertiary level. So students are placed in groups, and each person is given a number. So the teacher poses a question to the students, put their heads together to figure out the answer. And then the teacher calls a specific number to respond at the spoken. So there emerges a leader, just like a group discussion. Everybody, contribute to the whole lot. Everybody contributes to the central ideology. So this activity promotes a discussion of both individual and the group accountability. So this is also yet another activity that can be implemented as a strategy in ESL classroom, because there is a lot of scope for interaction and learning. So pre-assessment, this is an important ingredient as far as teaching of English, either as a second language or as a foreign language is concerned, because our prior knowledge is of great importance. To quote Carl Rogers' KWL chart, their prior knowledge, what they have known, what the learners want to know, and the third category, what they have learned at the end of the session. So what the learners will learn at the end of the session is predetermined by what the learners have already known. So it creates a strong foundation, and it's an effective method to determine each student's prior knowledge or skill. Pre-assessing helps teachers quickly determine what students need and need to know, and it helps teachers to make data-driven decisions rather than just on assumptions. So, prior knowledge has long been considered the most important factor influencing learning and student achievement. The amount and quality of prior knowledge positively influence both knowledge acquisition and the capacity to apply higher order cognitive problem-solving skills. As teachers of English, how we frame the lesson plan. There should be some pre-teaching activity. There should be some while teaching or actual teaching activity, and followed by the post-teaching activity. So what they knew and what they want to know and what they have learned are of equal importance. So pre-assessment plays a very vital role in determining and deciding the strategy, any strategy for that matter, in an ASL classroom. And modeling, this is yet another modality, and this modeling is again an instructional strategy in which the teacher determines a new concept or approach to learn, and students learn by observing. It is an effective instructional strategy in allowing students to observe the teacher's thought process. It can be used in all stages to help learn a new skill, understand a task more effectively in terms of the success rate, develop thinking skills, and thought process. So, and we are into the characteristics of modeling. So, actually, teachers explicitly, to highlight, shows the students what they want to get out of the students. Okay, they show a model. Okay, they give an assignment or an activity to be completed by showing the end result, like modeling processes with people involved establishing clear aims, providing an example. The teacher first and foremost, she or he shows an example and wants the learners to create yet another example of the same level. So it explores, it triggers thinking. So both the teachers and the people involved in the process, and they involve in demonstrating the process. They learn to work together, they explore, they think, and they try to get into so many similar examples by providing prompts or scaffolds as appropriate stuff, and they provide an opportunity for people to work themselves, or even in fact they train students to work either alone or in pairs. So finally, by drawing out the key learning. So as I have already told you at the outset, my prime focus is not only on the strategies meant for young learners or for adult learners. I have given much of input into sharpening each and every language skills ranging from listening to writing. So these are the skills of learning: listening, speaking, reading, and writing, that determines the proficiency or the communication skills, or the so-called the communicative competence of a person. So skills of learning, skills of listening. Listening is receiving a language, of course, through ears. It is any language that requires focus and attention, because a good listener will not be perturbed by any external sources. Because once he is into it or she is into it, there will be undivided attention and rapt concentration. So it is actually, as we know, it's a receptive skill or a passive skill, and it requires us to use our ears, more of our ears to get into this activities related to listening, because skills of listening is more of involvement of brain so as to comprehend language input. So the activities to enhance the skills of listening, or LRD strategies, we commonly call it. So these LRD strategies could be given to the students of all levels maybe even the gifted learners or the gifted learners or even the late bloomers, whoever it may be, this strategies definitely work well because we concentrate more on the late bloomers. Late bloomers, I don't want to use the other terminology. That's why, late bloomers rather than the gifted ones, because we concentrate more on the less English proficient, that is LAP learners. Okay. So an open mind is very much essential to listen, and tolerance and perseverance and the thirst to seek knowledge is also very essential to get into listening activities. Now, actually, to quote the words of Jawaharlal Nehru, teaching is a profession that teaches all the other professions. So, in order to get into any acquiring any skill or whatever it may be, any achievement in life, we need to have tolerance and perseverance. And teaching is such a noble thing that lead to different professions. And to get into any profession, communication skills are very, very important. And good communication skills are not only important to get into any profession, but also to retain in the position. If you are if you happen to get into a job, better communication skills very essential to maintain in that job and to get better prospects, both professional as well as personal prospects. So communication skills, it's a basic thing to get into a different jobs, and it is the teacher who teach all the other professions. And so it is very, very important and imperative and mandatory on the part of the teachers to sharpen the skills of learning, especially for English learners of English. First, the students listen to any lecture given by the teacher, and then the students read the text. Okay, and students compare both the text and the lecture. Then the students make a good discussion on the topic. Now, they discuss the information they gain from both the text and they make comparative analysis, both similar and dissimilar ideas, either from the text or from the lecture that he received. Now, actually, these are some of the listening activities meant for young learners. Could be a telephone game or a story chain. It could be, the children can involve in different activities. Small children, they can perform traffic light activities, or I can says it's again one of the gaming activities, blindfold walk. They keep on passing different stories, because young children were very proficient in telling different stories. They know a lot many stories even than the adult learners. So these are several activities that are aimed to promote the listening skills. Now, listening activities meant exclusively for adult learners. The conversation grid, watch clips, especially from music and TV shows. Read aloud in class, dialogue dictation, note-taking exercises. All these are activities, rather sophisticated activities. They are meant for adult learners. And speaking. It's a very, very important skill. Next to listening. See, it's a productive skill, and of course it's in the oral mode. It's a delivery of language orally. It's a process of building and sharing meaning through the use of verbal and non-verbal signals in a variety of contexts. So, the more we speak in our second language, the better our skills of learning become. And to have a good flow, fluency and accuracy in a foreign language or second language, we should be strong enough in our first language. Because our first language or the mother tongue is the stepping stone on which, as a basement, we try to learn the second language or a foreign language. So speaking skills, it's a productive skill, and so many non-verbal symbols are also involved to trigger a lot of speaking activities. Now, speaking types, because you see, there are different types of speaking. Maybe, persuasive speaking is there, ceremonial speaking, demonstrative speaking, informative speaking. If a person who wants to promote his or her product, they speak in such a way, in a persuasive manner, to convincing manner to get their target customers to get that particular product. So that would be an example of persuasive speaking. Ceremonial speaking, it's common at weddings or funeral or any graduation parties where the speech is very, very personal and emotional, and it is very close to the context, the particular event. Demonstrative speaking refers to the speaking ability where the speakers are clear and concise with their speech while they are demonstrating or teaching something to the audience, demonstrating maybe a process description or to how to make an apparatus work. So informative speaking, here the speakers will be providing or explaining the information regarding specific topics, especially when we happen to attend the lectures of several people or public conferences, because the ideas will be much more focused and a lot of information could be disseminated within a very short span of time. So that could be cited as an example of informative speaking. Now, speaking activities meant for young learners. Now, young learners are, learn enthusiastically, and they can have a variety of gaming activities or, things to be carried out in their classrooms, ranging from brainstorming or information gap, storytelling again, role play, and class goal activities, wherein the tiny toddlers or the primary school or the intermediate school or the secondary level learners, everybody involved in all these activities that promote their speaking skills. And then activities at the higher order, maybe activities will be given to the adult learners. That ranges from debates, because the debate needs a lot of preparation, and it uses a different language encompassing, lot many ideologies. That is, it should be very argumentative. It should be, you need to organize your talk in such a way so that your team or your ideology is represented with supportive points. So that could also be given as an activity for adult learners. Then short talks, oral presentation, maybe for 1 minute talk or 3 minutes talk, very short talks, extempore prompts, a video dictionary, surveys, and interviews could also promote, the speaking activities meant for adult learners. Now, on to read. Now, reading is an activity using the written symbols, of course, meanings, ideas, and the reader's background. Now, it's of course a visual process, so it's a very important thing. What we see is very important to us. So, reading is mostly visual. Our brain, our cognitive factors, economotor factors, our affective factors, everything is very much involved in this process of reading. So it is an experiment process, because without experience, the mind will be unable to invest the meaning to the symbols that we see. So it's an important skill in language, English language learning, either as a second language or even as a foreign language. So the four components of reading involve alphabetics, comprehension, vocabulary, fluency. Alphabetics, it's more like a science dealing with the representation of spoken sounds by means of letters. As you know, comprehension is more into understanding, and vocabulary is numerical lexis and fluency. Fluency is very much important. What you talk is as important as how you talk, and if fluency is uninterpreted, the flow of language means accuracy is also equally important, because you need to speak to the point, to the audience, to the topic or object. So when you read, all these parameters will be fulfilled. The reading activities, these are the reading activities for the young learners. By assessing their prior knowledge, we could predict, and we can give activities. Activities can be given, either through questioning or asking them to visualize certain things, and then we can have book discussion. We can have some imaginary situations and ask the learners to talk. And we even give scrambled sentences and ask the learners to rearrange those words in proper meaningful sentences. So, reading activities for adult learners. So, adult learners, the activity varies. It's rather a higher order thing. Identifying article styles. Any number of articles can be given of varied style. Narrative articles could be given, analytical articles could be given, argumentative articles could be given, or persuasive or expository articles could be given. And these articles can be shared, and they are asked to read and interpret. So reading on multiple levels and reading for purpose could also be considered as an activity to be given to adult learners. Now, skills of writing. Writing is supposed to be the last skill of all the learning students. It's a very important thing, because LSRW. Though it comes at the last, because when something is at the end, it's not because of the least priority, but it could be also of the prominence and significance. So it refers to the ability to convey one's thought, feeling, information, ideas, or any message with well-constructed text. So it's an important part of communication. So the mechanics of writing include handwriting, spelling, punctuation, and it's the last domain of the English language learning. So the mechanics of writing, again, it's the ability to shape letter. It's a physical mechanics. So knowledge of right combination of words, because when we write, we need to be extraordinarily careful in spelling. When we speak, we need to be careful about our pronunciation and accent and modulation and tone and tempo. So both are equally important. So skills of cohering words, arrangement of words while writing, skills of composing sentences in discourse analytics, and control over punctuation, all determine a smooth flow of writing. So here are a few activities meant for young learners: vocabulary writing, and running in dictation, chalkboard writing, free writing. Free writing is nothing but any time, any topic, the teacher may give any topic as per the choice of the students, or even the teacher can give a topic of her interest and ask the students to write for just 1 minute and 1 or 2 minutes activity, just 2 minute activities or 3 minutes activity. So because the stream of consciousness writing, writing down everything, whatever happens in the day, or whatever comes to our mind at the time of writing. This is what we call free writing. But there is no restriction absolutely whatsoever regarding the topic or style of writing when it comes to young learners. Now, activities of writing meant for adult learners. It could be tweeting or email writing that demands a formal way of writing, especially even creative writing. Could be something related to technical writings like reports, minutes, agendas, even newsletters. Especially, writing is always considered to be tool or a platform to vent out all our pent-up feelings. So writing is always of great importance. So here are a few tips for writing effectively. This I exclusively added this one because yesterday during the session, during the third session, if I'm right, during the presentation of my guide, Dr. Venayan Kumar, and I could hear the candidate asking for tips for effective writing, and that prompted me to include this slide. So because reading makes a full man, conference a ready man, writing an exact man, as per the words of Francis Bacon. Actually, the writing activity is the sweating of the brain. So it is very important to understand the learners and to understand the distinction between the formal and the informal conversational language. And in order to write, we need to create a real life and relevant situations. And it's a real challenge for the learners. And it is the part of the teachers, it is the role of the teachers to create interesting interactive plays by giving extra prompts by showing visual graphics, and finally to motivate the learners to come out with the writing and thereby making them great writers. In fact, now these are some of the innovative learning strategies pertaining to modern pedagogy. So these strategies, as such, they incorporate the entire gamut, like andragogy, which is competence based, pedagogy, that is capability based, and pedagogy, of course, objective based. All of these three are inclusive of all these learning strategies at the educational level. Now, this, for example, crossover learning is nothing but comprehensive understanding of learning that bridges formal and informal settings. In learning in schools and colleges can be enriched by experience from day-to-day, everyday life. So it is not only textual learning, but also real-life experience. And connecting, associating ideas, like incidental learning. Whatever we learn, we happen to learn without any plan or whatsoever. When watching TV news, we happen to get a new vocabulary, or reading a book. It's incidental. It's incidental, purely incidental. And then learning through argumentation. Overall learning should start memorizing and to gone of those days when the monopoly of classroom was recommended by the teachers. Once we were enjoying, teachers were given a teacher-centered modality of teaching and learning, and later there was a shift from teacher-centered to student-centered. But now, neither teacher-centered nor student-centered, but learning-centered. Wherever the teacher is, wherever the student is, nobody bothers. But by all means, learning should take place. And for that learning, argumentation as a skill is very, very important. And overall learning shifts from memorizing to understanding and the reasoning.
There is some technical problem, I hope. There's some technical problem. We will keep in touch with madam. We'll revert back to you shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience. There's some technical problem. Ma'am is joining us shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Sorry for the inconvenience, but I think there's something that's like ma'am is having some technical issues. So she will join us shortly and will resume. So kindly bear with us, please.
It is raining heavily there, and that's the reason why madam is not able to join us. She's joining shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience. It is raining heavily, it seems. So madam is not able to join. She'll join us shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, ma'am, you can continue, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, participants, for understanding. Thank you, Professor ma'am, understanding your problem. Madam.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm getting connected because it's raining heavily over here and a lot of technical issues as well.
That's okay, ma'am. We understand the thing.
Terribly sorry. Let me resume.
No problem.
Yes, please. Okay, sir. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes,
am I audible, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yes.
Go on, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So we were dealing with the different, tools, modern pedagogical and innovative tools. And the last one which we were looking into was contact-based learning. And it was a teacher-generated theory of practice and mostly enabling learners to learn from experience. And the next one is, learning by doing. This is expounded by the American philosopher John Dewey, and it's much more application oriented and much more applicable to kinesthetic learners, engaging the learners with authentic scientific tools and other practices. Now the other one is computational learning. So nowadays we are living in a digital area, and yeah, I know. Just a minute. I'm trying my level best to share my screen, but please bear with me. I have some technical issues, it seems.
No issues.
Okay, I'll get connected with my PPT as well in a short while. Hope so. So, computational learning is also a powerful approach to thinking and problem solving, and it's an abstraction. A pattern of recognition, and it aims to teach children to structure problems so that whatever problems related to teaching and learning could be solved using computational learning, because students or learners, they learn at their own pace with their digital knowledge, and sometimes it so happens students are well versed as far as their technical skills are concerned, rather compared to the teachers. So that is it. And next to adaptive teaching. And adaptive teaching, it's something related to artificial intelligence and machine learning, more of a computer-based or technical learning. And the next one is analytics of emotions. It's used as a way to assess learners' pedagogical and socio-emotional well-being. So all the teachers, be it at the beginner level or the primary level or intermediate level or at the tertiary level, it is very important to implement a lot of strategies so as to promote learners' socio-emotional well-being as well. And when the teacher uses a design, rather a clever methodology to introduce a learning objective through non-traditional methods, it becomes a stealth assessment. That is also one of the, that is also one of the strategies that could be implemented. So, to perorate my talk, it's more like I decided to have the expected learning outcome of all these strategies with my prime focus on apply, reflect, and learning. That is reflective pedagogy. And with much more focus on creativity for C and reflective for R, and E for effectiveness, and A for effectiveness, and M for motivated. That is what the expected learned outcome that we expect from learners out of all these strategies, incorporating creativity, reflectivity, and effectiveness, and motivated. It's a cream. Okay, the acronym is CREAM. That is the sole thing meant to be designed for Zen learners, because we make learners understand information, we help learners to listen and comprehend, we help them respond to instructions, and ultimately we help learners to share their ideas, thoughts, and opinions either in the written and spoken form. To conclude, let me quote the words of Alexander the Great, who admits that I am, I'm very much indebted to my parents for living, but to my teachers for living well. So here I include, I conclude my topic of discussion, and I'm so sorry for the technical glitches and hassles which I couldn't rectify instantly because it's raining heavily over here. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Abhilasha ma'am. That was a very interesting session, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. And
thank you.
Do not mind these interruptions and all. That's part of this technology, and
yes,
we do understand the thing. Never mind that,
yes,
madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this extraordinary session, ma'am. It was excellent. And
oh my God, thank you. Humbled by your words of appreciation, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
For enlightening us about the various strategies. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any questions or clarifications or suggestions?
The floor is open. Participants, you can ask questions, or you can add on or supplement to what our madam said. Yeah, feedback. Very important to us.
Ma'am, I'm Dolphin. Ma'am, could you please explain about video dictionary?
Video dictionary is, employing digital tool. Students can be permitted to use mobiles wherein they can click onto any word of their choice, or the words dictated by the teacher, wherein they get to know the proper pronunciation, the right accent of different nationality, because here we these days we are not going by British pronunciation or by American pronunciation. We don't have a particular English as such. We have world Englishes. So the students will get to know the usage of the word, and they'll even have pictures explaining those words, representing those words. So they'll have a first-hand knowledge about when they use this video dictionary. It is not just like getting to know the word meaning alone. They'll have a thorough knowledge, incorporating all the minute details as far as that word is concerned, including the etymology. Thank you. Hope I have answered.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
We have very interactive participants, ma'am, actually. The team is very interactive.
Thank you.
You can raise your questions, participants. Thank you, ma'am. I think I kind of request.
Sure, sir.
Manasa ma'am to extend a word of thanks. Manasa ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, Abhilasha ma'am, it was so enlightening to hear from you. You have made the session so lively. It was so clear. You told us how to handle and how to tackle things. And I believe it was a live example also. You had network issue, you went out and you came. I mean, it was so entertaining. And there's a question that's been asked by Lakshmi Krishna ma'am. Is there any suggested link for video dictionary? Yes.
That's a very good question, actually.
Suggested links, of course, I have. If you don't mind, shall I send it later? Of course, I have. I have a few. I have a few.
Yes, of course, ma'am. Of course.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can share it later, ma'am. I'll share it with the
Sure, sure, sir, sure.
Ma'am, Abhilasha ma'am, it was a very insightful presentation. We are looking forward to have your support and patronage for Velta Forum as well. Sometime, no, let's say tomorrow we are having international virtual seminar also. And it's an open invitation for you. You could probably join tomorrow. Otherwise, maybe in the ensuing Sundays, you are most welcome to join and do a session for us, ma'am.
Sure, sir. Tomorrow I'm little engaged because I'm conducting
I know. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, parallel sessions for net
every
coaching.
Sunday
Okay. I'll keep it in mind and extend my fullest cooperation.
Every Sunday we run this international virtual seminar, and you can be part of it, and you can come up with your presentation. Sometimes you can chair sessions. Otherwise, give felicitation for 5 or 10 minutes. All left to your discretion and availability of your time and space, ma'am. That's the thing. So we are indeed delighted to have your session, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion with this such an amazing presentation. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Let us know. Yes, work together and take these things forward, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers, and of course I would like to extend my gratitude to my guide, Dr. Elankumaran, who made me what I am today. What I am today is mainly because of him, because of the learning experience which I had from him for more than a decade. If at all I could, do something different, it's because of his training and motivation. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, that shows your magnanimity, ma'am, and you remember your guide, and you are so very grateful to you. And we are also so happy that we had a session by him yesterday, and today is your session. We both were really good, and we really we are so very proud of you both. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We are so happy to have you both here, ma'am, on the board.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Sure.
We'll collaborate in future. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Thank you. Welcome. Thanks
a lot.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
We have Mrs. Afrosafina, ma'am. She's ready. I think we'll start the next session immediately without any break. We have valediction section also.
Sir, 2-3 minutes you leave, sir.
Yes. We'll
3 o'clock sharp. Sorry, 2:30 sharp. You can start, sir. It will be ideal.
Yes,
Let the people know. Relax for 2-3 minutes.
Even 2:32 will do. I think Afrosa ma'am will agree with us. Ma'am, is it okay,
Yeah,
ma'am?
sure.
Stop at 2:32, ma'am.
Perfectly all right for me.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Afrosa ma'am, hearty welcome to you. On behalf of Velta, we welcome you wholeheartedly, and we extend our heartfelt thanks as well for joining us and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure actually to join
And we
you.
are looking forward to have your blessings and support for Velta Forum as well, and for even the entire India. And the world as well. Your support and blessings we are looking forward. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Good luck to your presentation also today. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We'll start by 2:32, ma'am. Yes, thank you. Madam, can we start, ma'am?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. I kindly request Mr. Dolphin to introduce the speaker of the day. Over to you, Mr. Dolphin.
I'm very happy and delightful to introduce the speaker. Dr. Afroza Akhtar Tina serves at Daffodil International University, Bangladesh as a senior lecturer in the Department of English. She is a certified advanced TESOL practitioner and an e-teacher alumna of the US Department of State, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She has been nominated as one of the best performing faculty members of Daffodil International University for the year 2020. In 2016 and 17, she was awarded with a scholarship to teach at Bülent University at Zonguldak, Turkey under the Mevlana Exchange Faculty Program. She is a member of several national and international bodies, which includes both academic and volunteer institutions. She has presented in several national and international conferences, which includes China, Egypt, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Nepal, and India. The academic publications and presentations in different national and international conferences, she has earned inspiration to continue with her research interests, which includes assessment, lecturer autonomy. Over to Dr. Afroza Akhtar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Dolphin, for the wonderful introduction and for the warm welcome, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude actually to the college, to the entire team, the authority for inviting me to share my ideas, my experiences with you all today through this wonderful platform. And seriously, I was enjoying Abhilash ma'am's session so much. And since I am an English teacher, actually I could connect with her presentation, with the ideas, with different types of techniques and strategies that she has shared. So yes, it was an interesting session indeed, and hopefully I would be able to come up with some more ideas so that definitely a language class could be more interesting when we think of this post-COVID era. Now, we all know that COVID-19 has been announced by the World Health Organization as a public health crisis in January 2020 and was reported as a pandemic in March, probably. And yes, it has resulted in schools shut all across the world, and we know that around 1.2 billion children have been out of the classroom since 2020. So it's a huge number when we think of this academia. Well, as a result, education has dramatically changed. We all know this. We have been experiencing that since 2020. And with this distinctive rise of e-learning, actually this dramatic change has occurred, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. So that is why today, as you can see, my presentation topic is Challenges and Prospects of a Language Class in the Post-COVID Era. Well, as you know that I am a certified advanced TESOL practitioner, but believe me, well, I became an advanced TESOL practitioner online because in 2020, I thought actually that this is the right time when I should have a degree, an official degree through which I can ensure my students, ensure my colleagues, ensure my university that yes, I am an online teacher, because this is the thing that maybe we would need in future, not only in 2020, 2021, but obviously my focus is in the post-COVID era. Now, a very recent research idea of Muhammad Mayub is very interesting. Well, obviously, education industry is the only one that is completely transferred to online mode. And yes, in most countries around the world, this is the only industry that is completely transferred from physical to online in most of the countries. Even we can say in Bangladesh, online learning was the best solution for continuing education during the pandemic, especially in tertiary education. Now, if I think about my country, specifically if I focus on the tertiary education, the scenario is quite similar, actually, quite similar. And well, as we found that this online teaching learning is the best solution, will be the best solution. So our focus actually entirely was on that. Now, there are obviously a lot of challenges regarding e-learning. I believe that as educators, as academicians, we all would agree that one of the most, important challenges is the internet speed. Internet speed, obviously, and we can't ignore that. There obviously are remote areas, remote villages where there are huge problems actually regarding this internet connection, internet speed, and several other issues, obviously. And then, of course, online access and materials downloading. This is also a very, very significant challenge, very, very significant challenge, because most of the time, I don't know about your perspective, but most of the time my students used to say earlier in 2020 that, ma'am, I'm having problem in terms of downloading the material that you have shared with us. So what to do now? How can I use that material, or how can that material be benefited regarding my learning? So yes, these are the questions that I personally have faced at the beginning of 2020. And obviously online exams, this is the other one of the big challenges. One of the big challenges of e-learning, online exams, how to conduct the exams, how to evaluate, how to assess, how to give them feedback, and what to rely on, what not to rely on. So there are thousands of questions regarding, assessment issue. And finally, yes, of course, no lab sessions. No lab session. So earlier, like the way Abhilasha ma'am has just mentioned, that while thinking of practicing listening skills, we used to go to, lab rooms. We had physical lab classrooms where our students used to practice. But now what to do actually, how to practice that listening skill? So yes, there are a lot of questions, and these are some of the challenges of e-learning, which is our focus today, regarding an Arab World English journal. It's a very recent journal and a very good study to focus on. Now, let me directly enter into this point. What did or will we face? What did we face and what will we face in future? Because the entire future is in front of us. Now, coping up with the technological skills. Did we try to cope up with the technological skills since 2020? Since the beginning of the pandemic, or are we looking forward to cope up with the technological skills? I believe you all would agree with the yes, no kind of answer regarding this question. The answer would be yes, of course. And the second point, integration of social media and video conferencing tools. How effective actually this integration could be. Yes, obviously the teachers, the academicians who have been practicing, who have been integrating these two together, they would be able to come up with the, with their experiences, with some interesting ideas, obviously. But those who haven't integrated social media with video conferencing tools, I believe that this will be something new for them. And then the needs of teachers, continuous professional development. TCPD in short, which in my university is one of the prime focuses since 2020. I won't say that before 2020 there wasn't any kind of teachers continuous professional development program, but that was a little different, because during this pandemic, when we thought of shifting totally to e-learning, obviously the needs of teachers' continuous professional development or different types of training has been one of the most prominent issues, because other than proper training, other than enough training, it's not possible to, even engage the learners online. It's not possible because we teach large classrooms. In each of the classes, we have around 40 to 45 students. Even online, we have around 40 to 45 students in each of the classes. So how to engage them, how to motivate them to be in the class for 1 hour and 30 minutes, because that's a huge time. So yes, there are a lot of concerns regarding this issue. Now, let us focus on how actually did we try to mitigate the gaps? What are the planning that we have for our future? Obviously, there are several points to focus on, but here, as we have limited time, that's why I have tried to focus on some specific points, actually, some very specific points. Now, the first point with which I would like to start is promoting autonomous learning could be one of the most important solution, I believe, one of the most important solution regarding all the problems, because yes, there are a lot of problems, thousands of problems, but if our learners don't feel that they should take the responsibility, their own learning responsibilities, then it actually becomes very difficult for the teacher to manage everything. It's not possible for a teacher to take responsibilities of all the 45 students during the class hour, because it's limited. The time is limited, 1 hour and 30 minutes in our case. So how to ensure their participation? Well, in that case, I believe that directing their own learning is very important. So we should direct them that way. We should guide them that way, that you will have to take the responsibility of your own learning. Now decide, what would you do? How would you proceed? And setting their own goals. We should help them setting their own goals. Because sometimes we find students who actually don't have any specific goals, who are lost actually in the middle of the lesson, or who are lost in the middle of the semester, who are lost in the middle of their study. So what to do with them? We should help them, guide them to set their own goals. And yes, of course, we should also help them in terms of studying materials at their own pace and on their own terms, because it's not possible to expect that all the learners, all the students of the same batch or same class would actually be able to study the materials at the same pace. It's not possible. We have mixed level of learners in the class. So yes, of course, these are something which should be addressed at this moment. Now, the next point is about creating an open, accessible environment for our students, which is very, very important. Now, here, the first point which I have mentioned is creating virtual counseling hours for them. So this is how, through this actually, I personally believe that we can, mitigate several gaps, different types of, gaps, of course. If you can create virtual counseling hours for them, if we can organize, if you can set actually. Now, in my case, in my university, I must mention here that as a teacher, I have to ensure at least two hours. I have to keep 2 hours for virtual counseling every week for each of the courses that I teach. So if I teach 5 courses, I actually have 10 counseling hours for them, 2 hours for each. But beyond that, actually, students communicate. That's a different issue. But yes, of course, they should feel that, well, ma'am has certain amount of time for me, for all of us. So, well, I have that freedom. I have that freedom to ask ma'am anything during that specific counseling hour. And the next point is about creating more than one platform for communication. We believe as educators that students love to connect through several platforms. Some of them use Telegram, some might use WhatsApp, some use, Twitter, Insta, Messenger groups. So yes, there are thousands of platforms to which we can connect with our students. But personally, I prefer communicating with my students through Messenger. And for each of the classes, I have created a Messenger group. So through that Messenger group, we try to communicate, we try to solve issues, we try to discuss anything actually and everything. And my students also send their questions through that specific Messenger group. And you won't believe that before me, there are always some very, active and some extraordinary students, I must say, who try to answer their friends' queries. So this is the beauty, actually, of communicating with the students through social media or platforms. And definitely it depends on the teacher. Like the way, as I have mentioned, that I personally try to guide my students that way. So at the very first class, I ensure that students understand that they can, try to counsel each other. They don't need actually to wait for me every time. They have that freedom to guide their friends. They have that freedom to, help their batchmates. So why waiting for me every time? Why don't you try to help your friend? And I am there. I am there. I will look at your response. So you don't need to worry about anything. Your teacher is always there with you through the group. But also you can come up with your own ideas. And this is how, we may also enhance our students to give each other feedback. So peer feedback is something which we can, enhance, of course. And yes, the last point is about providing examples. So in terms of creating an open, accessible environment for students, we need to give them examples. We need to, show them some case studies. Why not? We may also discuss, even if we don't show, we may discuss some case studies so that our students get ideas. Well, yes, this is how, these are these trends, these are different types of learning styles through which I can also develop. Now, the next point is about how we can allow our students to participate in developing the course content. Now, this is something very crucial these days. In one of the earlier faculty development programs, I was focusing on this issue. I mean, how to design a curriculum or syllabus, and what will be the prime issues, what will be the criteria, and how can we ensure, proper participation of students. So regarding that FDP, I focused on this idea in detail, that when we think of developing the course content these days, I'm talking about, not only about the post-COVID era, but also during the pandemic time, because everything has changed actually. So when we are thinking or when we are thinking of redesigning the course contents, obviously we can't ignore students. I'm not saying that before we used to ignore our students. Of course, it's not like that. But the thing is, this time when we are online, here actually our students should have that kind of, feelings, that kind of positive vibration that yes, this is the course through which I will definitely be benefited, of course. Sorry for the interruption. Well, yes, our students should have that kind of positive feeling that yes, this is the course that is definitely going to be benefited for me. And through this course, definitely I would be able to ensure my participation. My course teacher would be able to reflect on my work, and I would also have that equal opportunity to reflect on my own gradual development. And that is why I actually focused on a ratio. For example, 80% teacher and 20% student interest. So what about that? If we can have, 80% teacher interest and 20% teachers not interest, but of course their expertise, which includes not teachers, but also the, policy makers. And then yes, of course, specifically 20% or 15 to 20%, whatever you say, student interest. If we can ensure this amount of, interest, participation, this amount of, topics from both teachers, policymakers, and students, then what about the course? What would happen actually with that specific course? I believe that this time when we are thinking of the new normal, well, this will be definitely benefited. And this is the right time when we need to think of that. Now, yes, of course, the next point is about positive reinforcement. And no one can ignore the fact that, yes, of course, without positive reinforcement, it's also not possible to mitigate the gap. It's not possible to engage the learners online. And this actually is one of the biggest challenges to, engage learners throughout the lesson, to engage learners throughout the coursework, semester work. So yes, it's a challenge. And for that, we can give them weekly awards for their positive contributions. Why not? Because in each of the classes, I believe we have class discussion, we have forum discussions. Specifically in my university, we use Moodle as the blended learning platform. So there we have thorough forum discussion. We respond to each other's feedback. As I have mentioned, my students not only wait for my feedback, but they give feedback to each other. So that's also very interesting. They ensure peer feedback other than teachers' feedback. And yes, of course, we can give them weekly awards for all these contributions, of course. And yes, bringing up more shy students' viewpoint in the class. And how can we do that? We can't also ignore the fact that we always have some shy students in the class who never ever speak. We can never make them speak actually in front of the class. So what to do with them? We can't ignore them, specifically when we think of an online environment, what to do with these shy students. We don't even see their faces all the time. So here, I personally believe that through their assignments, through their works, classwork, homework, through their presentation, we can always bring them up in the class. We can praise them. We can also request them to focus on one specific point, which they mentioned probably in their assignment. So yes, this is how we can engage them, and calling on them in the discussion forum, asking them to agree with or contradict with each other. So yes, I believe that through forum, which is a wonderful platform, blended learning platform to engage students, I believe that we can definitely ensure students' participation. We can not only request them to participate generally, but also we can request them to agree with their students' viewpoint. If they agree, explain that, and then of course they may also have that opportunity to contradict. Yes, so they may also have that opportunity to contradict with each other's point of view. This is how we can ensure, argument. Why not? Even on forum, they can argue actually. And we all believe, like the way the earlier speaker, Abhilasha ma'am, mentioned, that yes, we also focus on developing students' writing skills, which is one of the most important skills, I believe, because as an English department graduate, people actually look up to us. They want to believe that we can write well. English department students can write in English well. So yes, this is one interesting way I personally have found, that if we can, request them to argue with each other, then they actually have the tendency to write. And apart from that, encouraging healthy competitions. So this is also one very interesting way. The students can respond to each other's queries. We can also encourage group competitions. We can also encourage group competitions, because in my classes, I have groups. And I can encourage, group competitions through several ways. We may also engage highly intelligent students to provide constructive feedback to those who need them the most, because as I have mentioned that personally in our country, we have mixed level of classroom in most of the cases. So here we have some intelligent students along with some who are very, relaxed and casual about learning, about study. So what to do with them? We can actually encourage the intelligent students to, guide and help them. Those, relaxed students, those students who are not motivated at all to learn anything. So yes, this is how we can, make the group. We can personally interfere and create the group with mixed level of learners, and we can utilize actually the intelligent students. And yes, of course, finally, reflection of feedback in the next attempt should be there, because I personally believe that other than constructive feedback, it's impossible to develop, and students need them the most. Now, the next point is about addressing them directly. So this is also one very interesting idea, which I believe in a language classroom should be used. It should be used when we think of teaching a language specifically, because other than we addressed someone specifically, well, we can't ensure each of these students' participation. And of course, it's not possible to call all these students by name in the same class, because as I have mentioned, the duration is not that much. So it's not possible to call 45 students by name every time. But we can definitely call 5 to 7 students in each of the classes. And we all have pen and paper with all of us in the desk every time. So we can, note down those 5 or 7 names whom we called actually today. And later, we may keep that note that I'm not going to actually call these 5 or 7 students in the next class. Rather, I would try to call the other 5 or 7 students by names in the next class. So this is how, we can give them the opportunity to speak. And they should speak actually at least once throughout this semester. And yes, of course, finally rewarding student successes, because there are always some students who score very high, who perform very well. So we need to praise them actually. We need to praise them so that it helps them to develop their self-esteem, self-confidence. And yes, of course, we at the same time can be very, very specific by giving not negative feedbacks. Specifically, rather, I would say, yes, if we find anything negative, if we find anything, very crucial to mention, then of course, we need to be very, very specific about that. And of course, we need to avoid being demeaning while thinking of giving them feedback, because that is also important. There are some students in the class who can never perform that well, maybe who are not that motivated throughout the coursework, and that's why they sometimes fail, or they don't perform well, they don't get very good scores. So we should be very, very careful about them, and offering them extra credit or scores for completing all course activities and exams in time. Well, when we think of online teaching, learning, e-learning, obviously, this is something through which I have found myself benefited. I have found that my students are highly motivated when I give them, when I even announce that I'm going to give you, some 2 or 3 extra scores for completing all course activities in time. And last semester, as I have mentioned, I gave them actually 5 marks for this. So I have kept 5 marks for those who will be able, who actually completed all their tasks in time, who attempted all the exams in time, who have never missed anything, and who actually were in the classes regularly. So this is how I try to, give them an incentive, of course. And I found that that was also very, very encouraging. And most of the students were very happy when I actually announced the names last semester. And this semester, I'm also going to do the same actually with all my batches, all my sections, because there is an advantage in my university. I must mention that other than 40 marks, the rest of the 60 marks actually, could be redesigned by the teacher. And the teacher has that freedom actually, how he or she is going to be divide that 60 marks actually. So this is how I believe that I am trying to assess my students. I would focus on the point a bit later, assessment, but yes, as Abhilash ma'am has mentioned, a lot of activities, interesting activities, a lot of interesting resources through which we can practice the skills specifically. So I believe that I won't talk too much regarding this, but I had a plan to mention some interesting ways to practice speaking, for example, TED Talks, because when we think of e-learning, we'll have to think actually online everything. We can't, expect that our students will have their camera on while speaking. Maybe they may say actually, which some of my students mention often in the classroom, that if I open up my camera, that requires more GB. That requires more GB. So it's better for me, ma'am, if I can turn off my camera. So yes, everything is online. Now, but here, TED Talks could be very, very interesting, engaging. And yes, of course, we all know that TED Talks are time tasks. They are time tasks, and they can simply present 2-minute presentation. They can do a 2-minute presentation on a topic of their own interest, and we may guide them this way. It should have an introduction, 2 main points, a conclusion. And there are different types of talks, we all know. When we think of TED Talks, big idea, tech demo, performance level of task, artist statement type of task, and then small idea, issue talk. So there are thousands of types of TED Talks to which we can engage our learners online. And then, yes, of course, describing pictures. But here, I must mention, personally, I teach fresher. I also teach fresher who just completed their college studies and entered into the university. Now here I found that when I teach fresher, they are more interested to talk about pictures. But when I give them simply a picture like this, if I give them a picture like this, they just start speaking. They don't have any idea. But even after that, they start speaking. But if I give them some instructions like this, what about that? What is in the picture? And how to start actually describing a picture? They may start with this way. In the picture, I can see. There isn't a, or there is a, something like that. And then what's happening with the present continuous tense? So if this is the picture, what's happening over there? How to say this? The people are, it's raining, the man is, with the focus on present continuous tense. And then where in the picture? So if there's something in the picture, maybe as you can see, there's a glass bridge in the picture, then actually where is that? At the top, at the bottom, where? On the top of, in front of, behind what? If something isn't clear, if someone feels that there is something which is not clear in this picture, so how to mention that? He or she may say it looks like, maybe it's something like this. So yes, it's something interesting, obviously, for the students. Now, is there anyone in this session who knows actually about this picture, who can identify this picture? Is there anyone in this session over here today? Does anyone have any idea? What is this picture about? No? Okay. Then I'm actually, yes, this is the picture actually. This is actually a cloud forest. I don't know whether you have heard about this or not. This is the cloud forest, which is at Gardens by the Bay in Singapore. It's in Singapore, and it's a very interesting place, obviously, to visit, because this is the large climate control dome, which has spiral walkways, and this is one of the world's tallest indoor waterfalls. It is one of the world's tallest indoor waterfalls. So this is how we can engage our students, and then obviously if we give them 2 pictures side by side, then they can compare and contrast. And topic or debating definitely is something interesting, but obviously guided instructions should be there. Whatever actually we do with our students, if they don't have proper instructions, if they don't have proper guidelines, then it'll be very difficult for them, to move on, to continue. So obviously, each time we need to focus on this. Now, the last idea, the thing that I was mentioning regarding assessment. Well, I believe that you all would agree, other than the traditional assessment, these days, we need to think of using different types of alternative assessment. Different types of alternative assessments. Because we are familiar with the traditional assessment ideas, and they actually are predetermined. They are predetermined. Our students know actually that after the lesson, or after 2 months, or after 3 months or 6 months, ma'am is going to evaluate us this way, because we have the question pattern in front of us. But what about their gradual learning, specifically when we think of e-learning? Now here, the focus should be on assessing their everyday lessons. Everyday lessons, we need to assess their everyday learning. But how to do that? There are thousands of tools when we think of using alternative assessment. Now here, I have mentioned very few. For example, plotting a family tree. A tree may have different types of characters when we think of using this in a drama class. Conducting interviews. It can be practiced, for example, through any of the faculties, why not? Creating an infographic, so information with pictures. Students enjoy this very much. Writing how-to manual. So how? Writing everything with how. How did I do this? How to move on, how to continue, how to be benefited, how to learn more, how to explore more. So questions like that. Presenting opposite points of view. Not always supporting, but yes, of course, coming up with opposite points of view, so that it can enhance students' analytical skills as well. We need to think of developing their critical thinking skills as well. Producing multimedia interactive posters. These days, it's very easy to create e-posters. My students very much enjoy using e-posters these days. Designing travel brochure. We can also design travel brochure for them. We can design travel brochure for them. They can themselves design travel brochure for them as part of their assignment. Why not? It specifically goes for tourism and hospitality department students. Specifically in our university, our students actually design travel brochure at the end of the semester. Then reflection diaries. They need to reflect actually on their own gradual development. I repeat, they need to reflect on their own gradual development. So this is how they can improve. And it also actually gives the teacher feedback. Gives the teacher the feedback, how the lesson is going on, what needs to be improved in future. What else to do actually for the betterment of this teaching learning scenario. And then dramatization, gathering real world examples, portfolio assessment, which is something very interesting, more specifically e-portfolio assessment, and then observation-based assessment, questionnaire surveys, and assessment cards. The last idea is actually new to me before 2017, because that's the time when I was enrolled in a very special course of online assessment, but using different alternative tools, of course. That course was offered by the American Center, US Embassy, Dhaka, Bangladesh. So I was enrolled. I got the opportunity actually for that course. And after completing that course successfully, I came up with a lot of interesting ideas. How we can, assess our everyday lessons, and how we can engage our learners actually to assess their own gradual development. And with this idea, I currently am doing a joint project, which is a part of TESOL International, TESOL Career Path Development CLIMB project. I yesterday got the news that I got a mentor who is also a famous ELT specialist, Linda Chu. So I got a mentor, Linda. My mentor, Linda, actually will be guiding me. And after March 2022, I hope that we will be able to come up with something very interesting for all of you. But yes, at the same time, I am working thoroughly on this because alternative assessment is actually the area which is my area and where I am working these days. And in future, if I get the opportunity, I would love to share my detailed ideas about using alternative assessment to assess everyday lessons. Well, that was all from my part. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, I would love to answer your queries or questions and definitely your suggestions for me. Thank you.
We thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. It was enchanting, mesmerizing, and we were spellbound by your presentation. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure.
It was indeed an amazing presentation, ma'am. We thoroughly enjoyed it, and you've given now a lot of inputs. Very insightful presentation. Our heartfelt thanks to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am, and good day to you, ma'am. Yes.
So is there any questions regarding anything from anyone?
Participants, the forum is open for questions. You can type your questions or you can unmute and speak.
You can also speak if you want. You may unmute your microphones and can speak if you want, because that would ensure your engagement, of course.
Ma'am, from our end, no, we are also ready to support in terms of any guest lecture or kind of webinar, such things. No, we are ready to support you, ma'am, for your institution as well. And you feel free anytime any help is required. And no, we are ready to support you. And
that's so kind of you, but I don't have actually that much idea about Velta.
Okay.
I would be grateful if you could share your website.
Yeah, Velta is actually, ma'am, recently formed for professional development forum, ma'am, and it's an international forum. We get people from Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Bangkok, then Malaysia, even Canada, sometime from USA, Filipinos, people from Philippines and Sri Lanka. All these people come and observe our proceedings. Every day we run webinar 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and every Sunday we are having this international virtual seminar. Tomorrow also there is international virtual.
I will be able to get to you because I don't have any contact details of yours.
Yeah, we will be happy to share it with you, ma'am. This is actually this 3 days the International Faculty Development Program is also jointly organized by the St. Joseph Engineering College with Velta, ma'am. So this is our first venture, and we are looking forward to have your support and encouragement and patronage. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think I got a question from Dr. Manoj.
And same goes with
Okay, so let me actually share the question, Dr. Manoj first. Yes, Nargis, I'll get back to you, but let's start with Dr. Manoj's question. What would you suggest in teaching English in multicultural and multilingual setup? That's an important question. Thank you for the wonderful question, Dr. Manoj. I must admit here that when I taught in Turkey, I had students from 8 different countries. You won't believe that. I had 75 students in the classroom in Turkey, and there I had students from 8 different countries, and I believe that I don't need to mention that how many different types of cultures did I actually meet during that period. Well, now what to do actually? I believe a teacher is a magician. Definitely he or she is a magician. He or she can do anything. Now, the very first thing is that the students should understand that, well, they are learning English. Their specialization will be in English. I'm talking about obviously a language class. So they are learning English language. Maybe you can say that there are some students obviously whose major is not in ELT or applied linguistics. There are always some students who study English literature, but whatever they study, actually the focus should be a little obviously in the language. Other than that, it's difficult. So if a student, whatever culture he or she has that kind of positive feeling that although I'm sitting with 10 different cultures, I am here to learn English, so I'll have to communicate in English, I'll have to try to understand in English, I'll have to drink tea with my friends and gossip with them in English, I'll have to discuss issues with my teacher in English because we don't share the same culture. I don't know why I believe that works the most, according to me. But whenever, you know, the students get the idea that ma'am can speak my mother tongue, then obviously I can speak in Bangla. Bangla is our mother tongue in Bangladesh. So students, you know, have that kind of freedom. Well, I can speak in Bangla with ma'am. I can ask this question in Bangla with ma'am, to ma'am. So yes, of course, when there's mixed culture, I believe learning English, learning a language, definitely, I don't know why, but it's been speed up. I personally felt that. And it's more interesting because we can bring more stories in the classroom while teaching a language. Why not? We can bring several stories in the classroom. I used to listen to stories from my students, their own stories from their own culture. Like the way Abhilasha ma'am mentioned, that storytelling is something very, very interesting when we think of, you know, enhancing speaking skills in the classroom. So yes, that's very interesting. And I hope I answered Manoj's question. And then we have a question from Srima Nandi. Nandi, you have raised your hand. So would you like to speak?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Dr. Srima here. My question is that since we are taking these online classes in the post-COVID era, it looks that, you know, it's becoming difficult for the teachers, you know, to retain students' interest for a long time. And we here, what we do is that in Kolkata, when we take online classes, we ask our students to keep their cameras turned on, right? So because we find that when we are taking classes, you know, we find that some of the students, their videos are on, but they are not physically present over there. So we insist in my institution to make the students' camera turned on so that we know that they are listening to us and they are interacting with us. But it is quite difficult, ma'am, how to retain their interest for 2 hours, though we make it a very interactive class by, as you have said, in the English classes, we give more interactive sessions, we give videos and all that. But still we find there are a handful of students, you know, we are unable to retain their interest.
Yes. Wonderful question. Yes, Dr. Srima, thank you so much. Well, personally, I believe I must share that, well, I don't know why, but if I believe we can ensure their participation in some other ways, Dr. Srima. What do you think if we have that blended learning platform along with that specific online class, then, well, we can actually ask our students to complete the task and then submit their classwork over there. And after, if they try to give each other feedback, then what do you think? What about the idea? It definitely requires 30 minutes, I believe, Dr. Srima. And
yes, I do agree. Sometimes, you know, I just do this flipped learning also. This blended flipped learning is kind of a blended learning. So, you know, I do this flipped learning to engage their interest throughout the entire sessions. So it's not that only I'm teaching engineering, I also teach management students, you know, so this is the way, you know, I give a blended learning, and most of, you know, we do this, we were talking about this picture which you have given, which I call it here as a thematic apperception test, where I, when the moment I find that the students' interest is diverting, you know, I give a picture and I ask them to interpret the picture, therefore bringing in some critical thinking and out of the box thinking to engage the interest. So it is, I do it, but, you know, sometimes, you know, I mean, throughout this 2 years of this this era, you know, in the COVID era, it was a bit challenging for me to keep their continued interest throughout. But yes, I'm not that unsuccessful, but, you know, sometimes I do this flipped learning to get the interest of the students.
Yes, but I also have a question to you, Doctor. Do you have a common platform which you use for the university? I mean, on behalf of the university, do you have a common blended learning platform for that, or no, you create your own?
We create our own, ma'am, right? We create our own.
That was my concern, Doctor. Yes.
Sometimes we also make videos, you know, of the classes, and then we upload them in the Google Classroom, so that what I teach and then I give them in the Google Classrooms, upload in the Google Classroom.
I got the comment. Actually, I got the idea. Well, that is my concern, doctor, because the blended learning platform that I have been mentioning since the beginning of my presentation is something that we use in the university, entire university. All the teachers and students have to use this Moodle platform, which is a very updated one, you know, even after 3.9 version of Moodle. So it's a very, very updated platform, doctor. And believe me, when we have continuation of works, I believe that the students definitely are motivated, because they know that immediately after this, ma'am is going to tell us to do that. So immediately after completing that, ma'am is going to go over there in the Moodle. So you know, they know actually that after this, I'll have to go to there. After that, I'll have to switch over there. After that, I'll have to fill up this questionnaire. After this, I'll have to fill up that reflection form of ma'am. So they actually don't get time. 1 hour and 30 minutes, just you know, the time actually, I believe, is nothing for students. Sometimes we even have 1 hour 35 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, because students take time in terms of even, you know, filling up that reflection form which I give them at the end of the class. So I believe that yes, doctor, you are trying everything on your own. You have more than 200% efforts on your own. But I don't know why. I would suggest that if there is a common platform for every student and teacher, for all these students and teachers, I think that would be a bit more beneficial than actually for you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Well, if I get the opportunity, someday I would like to show my Moodle course with all of you. If I get the opportunity someday. That's also wonderful. The entire course is developed over there in Moodle. And well, it's a very interesting Moodle with a lot of interactive contents, H5P, a lot of, you know, I mean, facilities and everything. So I would love to show you someday. Any other questions?
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. It was so wonderful listening to you. It was really great insightful session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any questions? Participants, if you do have any questions, you can post them, you can ask.
No questions, I guess. So shall we
There are
end?
any questions, you can post them.
It was all very clear, so there's no need of asking questions.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thanks a lot. We'll be happy if you can join us for the valediction by 4 o'clock.
Sure, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Afroza, ma'am.
Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very nice, ma'am, having you here. We're blessed to have you here. You shared your experiences. I mean, we'll be happy, right? If you can share your classroom practices and kind of thing that goes on, the challenges and other things on another day.
Yes, that will be wonderful, because, you know, I mean, practical application is something that we need the most at this moment. So if you can, I believe that if you can look at a classroom online class, how does it look, and how the course has been designed, how the materials have been set over there, how it's an objective-based curriculum. So all these information definitely help the clinician and teachers. So someday in future, inshallah, I would share, of course, if I get the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I think we can end the program with the word of thanks. Dr. Saravanan, can I request you?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. It is my proud privilege, and it gives me immense pleasure in proposing vote of thanks for this session. And it is really very insightful session. And Madam Afroza Akhtar Madam has made it very interactive by asking pertinent questions, and people also, all these elite, eminent colleagues and fraternity and learned colleagues, they've participated in this interactive session. It is indeed it's amazing to have such an interesting presentation for this evening. And it's indeed our I would say it is indeed our blessing, and to have such an informative session. And we are looking forward to have your some more sessions as well in the future also, ma'am. We would like to collaborate with you in terms of research and this kind of academic collaboration. We would like to continue. And thanks a lot for gracing this occasion by taking your time off despite your busy schedule. We are so very fortunate to have you here amidst us, ma'am. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants, whoever has contributed in terms of your valuable time, as well as your passions, hearing, as well as these insightful questions. All these things, it has really helped us to take this 3 days international virtual seminar to a next level. That is, we are likely to roll out as many programs as possible. We are the plans are underway. Definitely we will be catching up with you. Thanks a lot, each and every one of you, for gracing this occasion with your commitment for self-development as well as professional development. Kudos to each and every one of you. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Saranel, for your words. Afroza ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. We'll be happy you can stay with us for the validation program. Going to start with 4 p.m., ma'am. Will it be possible for you, ma'am? Afroza ma'am? Karnavaran sir has joined with us. We welcome you, sir, for the valediction. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Good evening. Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Karnavaran sir. Happy evening.
Yeah, happy evening to all.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us, sir. Participants will be happy if you can provide us the feedback. That will really help us to improve in the future endeavors. I kindly request to the participant to give feedback about the 3-day FDP program. It will help us to improve. I think we can hear from Nagala madam. Madam, you can initiate so that others will also follow you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, Dr. Saravanan. Good evening, Venkateshwar Rao.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And good evening, Karunakar, sir. I think I know all those. Good evening, Manasa, ma'am. I can see. Okay.
Good evening,
I was
ma'am.
just good evening. I was just trying to type the feedback, and I got an opportunity to talk. So let me say, they were all wonderful sessions, and this 3-day FTP really was a remarkable one. And with the joint venture of Velta and St. Joseph's College, all of them have really taken great trouble to make it a successful one and to give a lot of input to the learners as well as the faculty members. I should say that, because it's really, it has given a lot of room to discuss, and whatever the doubts they had or whatever they wanted to share their ideas, it was a wonderful platform. And thanks for all of them who gave us great sessions, and thank you so much. I would thank everybody, the St. Joseph's College authorities, the organizers, as well as WELTA organizers for making this a grand success. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak a few words.
Thanks indeed, ma'am, for that motivating and kind words. And so we feel very much blessed and honored by your kind words. And you raised the bars, of expectations. We would definitely, live up to the expectations of all the participants, ma'am.
Yes,
The forum
thank you.
is open, and please, feel free. Give us, your valuable feedbacks. That will really be, more helpful for us to sustain this consistency in rolling out new programs for the professional development. Yes.
I take this opportunity to welcome our convener of this program, Dr. B. Balnayam. So, good evening, sir. Sir has joined, and we welcome sir for this particular program.
May we request Professor Karnagaran sir to have a few words with us about this 3 days international faculty development program. Sir, over to you, sir.
Okay, good evening all.
That's 1 minute, sir. That's Professor Karnagaran from Sri Lanka Jaffna University, and it's indeed our proud moment and a proud privilege to welcome him for this feedback. And again, sir has been Karnagaran sir has been supporting us unconditionally for this throughout all our endeavors, and he submits us, and he's giving his perception about this program. And over to Professor Karnagaran, Associate Professor of English and Jaffna University, Sri Lanka. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Actually, as I told in my address on the first day, first of all, these organizers behind this faculty development program need to be appreciated, because now they have taken pain and initiatives to organize a 3-day faculty development program, which was really a success, because I could see 130 participants, and this in fact enriched the knowledge of the participants, and they will be able to make use of the insights and the input received from this program in their teaching career. So in that way, it will be really really an opportunity to develop to have a good interaction with all, and then as a result, we they might have had cleared their doubts. So, and also I we this WELTA is the backbone of this program, but the St. Joseph College also contributed a lot to organize this in a grand scale, and I believe that in the WELTA maybe find some other collaborators in the future, and they may conduct such these kinds of programs in the future, and then by and by it will it will get one thing is it will get a good recognition when they give a platform, and then when the participants feel that they are benefiting a lot, then the organization gets recognition. So I believe by and by it will get spread everywhere. So I congratulate all those who are connected in this who are connected to this workshop. And also I wish the Welka and the other key members to organize more workshops in the future. Right. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And
we can have a few words from Srima, ma'am. Srima, and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
can you just give a feedback, ma'am? Can you just
ma'am,
say a
your
few
feedback,
words
ma'am.
about
Yes,
FDP,
ma'am. Yes.
Sir, it was a very well organized FDP, and basically though I'm from Kolkata, because I've been born and brought up in Chennai and educated entirely from Madras University. So the very first day workshop, we had a technical glitch in Kolkata because it was heavily raining and this cyclone Gulab had an effect on it. So I was not very well. I could not even see most of the lectures, but from the second day I was glued to it, and it is really a wonderful session. And the session this morning, the critical thinking session was so excellent. It was so creative, and even Kartika ma'am from NIT Trichy, that was quite awesome. And really it was very good listening to Professor Akhtar Tina ma'am today from Bangladesh. And it was a very well organized FDP, and we found that our organizers, were so they were so understanding towards us. We were disturbing you all with the Google link and this and that, and we found to be so patient in dealing with all of us when we found out that our names were not registered, and it was a very well organized. I really heartfelt thanks to go to Saravanan sir and Venkateshwara sir and even Mansa ma'am for being so cooperative with us. And it was a great learning experience, and it was a very, very rich faculty development program. And I'm really privileged to be part of this and hoping to be more. Hope you invite us so that we could be more and participate in all these programs organized by you. So this is from my side, and thank you very, very much. This is Dr. Sri Manandi from University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so
ma'am.
much.
We are happy to hear from Kavita, ma'am. Kavita Rathod. Kavita Rathod, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Now, Kavita, ma'am, you can go on, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yes, sir.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go
Yeah.
on, ma'am.
This FDP was really very, very interesting, sir. And all the topics were of interest. And also, I would really congratulate you on the choice of the resource persons. They made it so interesting that, we didn't feel like leaving this sessions, even though we had a lot of work. We were literally glued to all the sessions. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot, sir. This is what is my feedback.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your words. And participants, there is an announcement. We have pasted the feedback link for day 3. The final feedback link will be pasted for the certificates. So kindly wait till the end of the valediction. It will be posted at the end of the valediction. Kindly wait till that and kindly fill in that particular form. That will help us to send you the certificates in a meticulous way. You'll get your certificates before Friday. I assure you, you'll get the certificates before Friday. We told you very clearly that we need at least 80% of attendance for all the sessions. We'll check that and we'll send the certificates before Friday. The certificate will reach you before Friday. You have to fill in the final feedback session that will be posted at the end of valediction section. Thank you. Stay connected. Thank you all. If anyone is willing to share their feedback, which will help us to improve, we'll be happy. We request you give your feedback about the sessions. Any kind of criticism is also Accepted?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful faculty development program. We were definitely enriched. The research, resource persons added to our existing knowledge. We were benefited from this faculty development program because most of us were the teachers of English language and literature. And the kind of teaching that we are doing these days, especially after COVID pandemic, we have taken recourse to online teaching. And some of us may not have been familiar with many things. So we have been benefited from this faculty development program. And I would like to request the organizers to organize such kind of programs in future as well. You can conduct FDP on research methodology for the research scholars as well, and for the teachers of English language and literature. And we would definitely like to associate with you, and would like to be a part of the family, because these virtual platforms have linked us together. People from different parts of the world, from different regions of the world, they have come together on this platform and have known each other. So we have pushed the boundaries of knowledge further. So I thank you very much. It was really very enriching experience for me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your kind words, ma'am. It's really motivating. We are planning for a series of programs, and we'll keep you informed. I kindly request all the participants to stay with us in the WhatsApp group. It will be easy for us to update about the future endeavors as well. Thank you, ma'am.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Romina ma'am, for your kind words. Thank you. And we are definitely be holding this FTP on research methodology as well as in social sciences, and especially in regard to English. And it's underway, and we will definitely be reaching you out all with this flyers very soon. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, sir. My pleasure. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Any other participants who would like to say, you are most welcome.
Yes, hello, this is Shojon.
Most welcome, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Shojan, sir.
Shojan, sir. Happy evening. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is basically a briefing that I'm about to do. That I just got my appointment as a part-timer at a college yesterday.
Oh.
And the senior lecturer then told me that there was this program going on, and as I attended the entire program today, I just want to say I missed the first 2 days, and I cannot be sad enough about it. It was so brilliant, and I loved it. As in, I say it on behalf of all the students and teachers that are here. I loved it.
Swajan sir, don't feel that you missed it, and all these sessions were on YouTube, and you definitely, all the participants can definitely view the entire proceedings of the 3 days, and it is there very much. And thanks for your inputs, and we are ready to support you in terms of any of the academic collaborations, in terms of seminars, webinars, and again, for collaborative research, we are ready to support you there at your institutions as well. Thank you so much for your kind words. And any other participants who would like to say the feedback and comments and opinions, you are most welcome. Floor is open. And
the recording is available on YouTube. We are given the link. You can release the sessions which were missed.
Yes, sir, I most definitely will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sujan.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I want to say something.
Yes, ma'am. Kindly, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Jaya, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, go on, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I have joined your group, so I'm feeling so proud that I'm a part of your group, actually. The section I'm attending, that is so nice, and so much information I'm getting from all the speakers are there, so I'm feeling so much proud for that. And I'm telling thank you. Thank you so much for organizing such a great sessions. In future, if you will continue, I'll be there. I'll get time really. So I'm very, very much thankful to you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jaya Patil ma'am. It's we feel blessed and honored by your feedback. Definitely, we will live up to your expectations. We the future, all the future programs will be communicated to all of you, and plans are underway. We will definitely be sending you all the flyers. Thank you, ma'am. Any other
Thank you.
participants would like to?
We would like to hear from Mumtaz ma'am, if it is possible. Mumtaz ma'am, can you say a few words, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Thanks for joining us. I could see all your feeds in the chat box, and thank you so much. We feel blessed. And yeah, over to you, ma'am. Mumtaz ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. I feel like almost like all other participants, I too carry the same feeling, sir. Like I remember the day when I received a call for the guest lecture, and since then I'm like I've been associated with you all, and it's a wonderful experience. Or I would say like I am unable to express the feelings that I have at present, getting enriched with knowledge, like it's like overflowing, sir. A really great experience, sir, with all those intellectuals out there. And the wonderful part is that, sir, they are from various places. Like it's not just limited to our own country. So words fall short, sir, to express my feelings. And I would love to be associated with the events that you all are organizing, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really wonderful to listening to you. And certainly, first of all, I would like to thank Mumtaz Sheikh, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. She is she did a presentation with us and on this webinar series, and madam is working as a placement officer, and now she's despite her busy schedule, she's been attending this program. Thank you so much, ma'am. Kudos to you for your
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
yes,
sir.
your
And
August presence and
congratulations
yes,
for
ma'am.
your efforts, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mumtaz ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
We would like to hear from other participants as well, and please feel free, and you are most welcome to share your comments and observations. We would be delighted to have your inputs.
We'd like to hear from Namrata ma'am. If you can talk to us, we'll be happy, ma'am.
Namrata ma'am is yet another participant who has been consistently attending our programs, and over to you, ma'am. Professor Namrata ma'am, could you please unmute and give your feedback, ma'am? We'll be happy. And we have seen this feeds given by you, and it would be better we would hear from you. Over to you, ma'am. Please unmute and speak, ma'am. Yeah.
Ma'am, you're muted yourself. Kindly unmute and then speak, please.
Could you please unmute, ma'am? Madam has sent a message, sir. Very good and informative presentations. Thank you, madam, for your inputs. And
we would like to hear from Vidya, madam.
from yes, from
Ramchandra University.
Ramchandra University. Vidya ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I really congratulate the organizers because it was really very beautiful sessions for the 3 day. And then it is like we have a best saying like செவிக்கு உணவில்லாத பொழுது சிறிது வயிற்றுக்கும் இயப்படும். So it is like getting more of information to the ears. It didn't make me to eat even on time. It was really very wonderful, and every speakers were really dedicated and they gave the best what to say, like all the inputs were really good, and I am just going to take everything to the classroom. That was really a wonderful thing that I learned all through the days. Thank you so much, organizers and resource people.
Thank you, Vidya ma'am, for your kind
Thanks,
words. Yeah,
Thank
we
you,
feel
sir.
really happy about it.
Yes,
And
sir.
other participants, could you
Yes,
please
Mr.
know?
Saranan.
Unmute.
Good evening, sir. Our principal has joined. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. And it's indeed our proud privilege to be associated with the St. Joseph Engineering College. Thank you for your graceful presence. And no, we are very much delighted to also get associated, as well as all the support and patronage given by St. Joseph Engineering College is really a worthy thing. And we are so very proud and immensely feel honored and humbled by each and every thing which has been meticulously planned and executed. And kudos to the entire team of St. Joseph Engineering College for this wonderful show. And our sincere and heartfelt thanks to each and every one of the management, as well as administrative people, especially the principal, the dean madam, and the Department of English, and head of the department, mathematics. All the people, the entire team deserves a sincere and appreciation. Our heartfelt thanks to you, the whole team of St. Joseph. Thank you, sir. We would love to get associated with the St. Joseph Engineering College in the future as well for the programs in the future as well. And same goes with all the participants, and we are ready to get associated with your institutions as well. We will be definitely be supporting wholeheartedly for all your endeavors, and for conducting webinars, seminars, and FDP programs, as well as conferences and research collaborative works at your institution. We'll be delighted to be associated with you. Please accept this as an open invitation for all of you. And we, Velta is so very proud to collaborate and work with you all. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being taking time off and being with us.
So thank you, Saravanan sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Manasa ma'am. Your college, and your team deserves really, sincere appreciation. It's a good show.
Thank you. Thank
put
you
by
so
the
much, sir.
entire team, Dolphin sir and Manasa
Thank-
ma'am, and especially Dr. Venkateshwara sir. And we are so very proud and to get associated and work with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Keep it up. Good job. Please do keep it up.
Yeah, sir. Sure. Hope we are going to have a lot of
Uh,
sessions
joined
in
us.
future also.
Certainly.
Vipin Sharma sir has joined us. Good evening, sir. Vipin Sharma sir. Vipin Sharma sir, am I audible, sir? Professor.
Sir, you're audible, sir. You're audible, sir.
So good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm available.
Good evening, sir, and
evening,
thanks
sir.
for gracing the occasion. And it's indeed our proud privilege to have the principal of St. Joseph Engineering College amidst us. And
Thank you, sir.
it's a proud moment, and we are so very delighted. And we extend our hearty welcome to you, sir, for gracing this occasion with us. And it's indeed a proud privilege, and we are all really excited and to be associated with St. Joseph Engineering College for the meticulous planning and perfect execution of each and every session rolled out by this the team, St. Joseph Engineering College, I should say. And it's a wonderful show of the team spirit and meticulous planning and wonderful execution. And you deserve our sincere appreciation. And we are so very proud to associated with you and
Thank
do
you, sir.
this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We are also very much happy to associate
On
with you.
behalf of Velta, we extend our hearty welcome once again, and our sincere and heartfelt thanks to the entire St. Joseph team for this wonderful show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again, sir.
Yes, sir.
Vipin Sharma, sir. Are you audible, sir? Vipin Sharma, sir.
Sir, it's audible. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
That's
sir.
Vipin Sharma, sir, from Saudi Arabia. We are very happy to have him here amidst us. And thank you for gracing the occasion, sir, by taking your valuable time off and being with us. It's wonderful to have you again with us. On behalf of Velta, we extend a hearty welcome to Professor Dr. Vipin Sharma, who's a wonderful humanitarian as well as great administrator. Despite his busy schedule, he has graciously consented to be with us. And indeed, he has been rendering unconditional love and support for all the activities of Velta Forum. And it's our proud privilege to have him amidst us. And over to Professor Venkateshwara, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. I kindly request Manas ma'am to extend the welcome address.
Yes, sir. Thank you, UV, sir. Thank you. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. Honorable Chairman, sir, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan, MA, MBA, PhD, Managing Director, Mrs. Jasipriya ma'am, Director, Mr. V. Sasishekar, sir, Dr. Vaddige Seshaguri Rao, sir, Dean, Dr. B. Parvadavardhani ma'am, our head of the department, Dr. V. Valinayakam, sir, who is always also the conveyor of the program, distinguished speakers of the day, and most importantly, the dear participant. I take immense pleasure to welcome you all for this valedictory function. And we'll have the presidential address being delivered by our principal, sir, Dr. Vaddige Seshaguri Rao. Sir, the floor is all yours. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Vipin, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir. Thank you.
Vipin Sharma ji, namaste, sir.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. So nice of you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Good evening, my dear friends. I'm Dr. Vaddige Seshaguri Rao, Principal, St. Joseph College of Engineering. I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all for the valedictory function of this 3-day International Faculty Development Program on challenges and prospects of teaching English language, literature, linguistics, and culture, which is organized by the Department of English in association with Velta Learn from 30th September to 2nd September. These are 3 days. I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest for this valedictory function on this important FDP, Dr. Vipin Sharma ji, Faculty and Head Planning and Development Unit, English Language Institute, Jarjan University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I welcome eminent speakers, scholars, academicians, and faculty members on behalf of St. Joseph College of Engineering. We are very much thankful to Velta Learn for associating with us, a great support they have given. St. Joseph College of Engineering is an autonomous institution which is offering 11 UG courses and 7 PG programs. Our institution is accredited by NAC with A plus with a high score of 3.46 on a scale of 4 points. 9 UG courses are accredited periodically from 2003 onwards. 5 departments are recognized as research centers by Anna University for research scholars to pursue PhD and MS by research. Our college is having DSIR recognition as a scientific and industrial research organization, SRO, since 2014. The college is ranked by NRIF since 2017, and our college is ranked in the band of 26 to 50 by ARRIA, that is national level, Atal Research Innovation Institute. The Department of English is, in addition to teaching the language, it nurtures and molds the young students to gain confidence in public speaking and developing their personality. In our college, we are having English club and as well as non-formal English club. So English club, this is regular. They will conduct quiz program. They will conduct debates. They will conduct various other communication programs. Apart from this one, we are concentrating on the students who are all coming from villages and who are having a less knowledge in the, either English or in communication. For them, we are forming as a non-formal club. That is, it's not a formal, it will not be there. So as a friends, they will together, they will come and they will chat. And in the process of that charting, we will inculcate the communication skills among the students who are all coming from the villages. And we are making them to feel confident in facing the interviews and in understanding the subject. So this is one of the good feature. And because of this one, I'm very much proud that most of the people who are all coming from the Tamil medium, they will opt St. Joseph College of Engineering because a great support will give and we will make them to feel confident in communicating. This is completely under the leadership of Dr. Venkateswara and his team. They are working in this particular project. In the outset, we thank the management for being always supportive to conduct such useful programs. As such, at this juncture, I want to convey to the participants that especially after this pandemic period, all of us, we are restricted only to, we are confined to the, you would say, online. So by taking this online technology as an opportunity, we have conducted 200 faculty development programs, out of which 15 are sponsored by AICT and some other are sponsored by the other industries. And apart from that one, we have conducted 1,000 webinars since 2020 March onwards on various topics. So this learning through online, it has helped our faculty members, it has helped our students to keep their tempo always at top level, and we have helped the other faculty and student community of other colleges also. This COVID pandemic has made use the online platform, so we are using it, that one, in a perfect way, that what we feel. So today also, these 3 days also, we have conducted online faculty development program. Definitely, I feel it has helped the teaching community. So the deliberations, the lectures, whatever they have given, might have enlightened the budding teachers. So the aim of this particular faculty development program, I think it has fulfilled. The sessions are well managed by the speakers who have thrown a light on various difficulties in teaching a foreign language. As such, when there is a great evolution of the technology, people, maybe in academicians, including academicians, they have given a little less priority to languages. So as such, I feel it's not that much good for a long service of students. So definitely, we as a teachers, it is our responsibility to inculcate the in the budding minds of students on interest. We have to inculcate interest on languages. So those who are proficient in language definitely will do well in their studies. So this 3-day program has been a delight and learning process for all the participants. Once again, I thank all of you for making this program a great success. I thank the Veleta Learn and all other speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. I now request Dr. Vipin Sharma to extend the valedictory address. Over to you, Vipin Sharma, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the nice words and giving me an opportunity. And let me start with thanking Professor Seshagiri Rao for the wonderful presidential address on this wonderful occasion. And I am overwhelmed rather. And once again, thank you, all the organizers, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to share my quick thoughts with you about the last 3 days, including today. I'm not going to summarize. I'm just going to look ahead of everything. From the practicing teacher perspective. We have been thinking, how can we bring it further? We have this attitude of looking for tangible things, always. But many occasions, we miss a few which are intangible. So we talked for last 3 days, what's the delivery, what's the product? And we very well know that the product is in our minds, but we are sure this was not the last conservation on this topic. So we have been trying and we have been talking with a lot of, delegates, participants, presenters over the last 3 days, and also the speakers, what are the issues to be considered? And let me suggest the few issues that we have been going through. Now, the first point is, this is a unique and wonderful topic. It's the need of the hour that the organization has chosen, or the organizers have chosen. That is a 3-day international FDP on challenges and prospects of teaching English language, literature, linguistics, and culture. See, the blending of all these things, even if I say even one term can't survive without others. So they are all interconnected, interrelated, interdependent. And it's wonderful to see most of the presenters coming with the full preparation, with zeal and enthusiasm. And it started with the welcome address by Professor Venkateshwara, and then inaugural address by Dr. Nagakala N. Gopalakrishnan, then again presidential address by Professor Seshagiri Rao, and lot many other points were discussed. And few topics which I have taken note of, that is ELT through literature. Last month I was writing a book, editing a book on ELT, issues and context. So some people are told I am from literature background. Then I asked them, how do you teach literature? Then why don't you teach English through literature? So it was a bit ambiguous. It was a bit, I found a bit clash on these issues. Then the next concept which I had gone through on the first day, that was presented by Dr. Nagakala Gopalakrishnan. That was a wonderful topic, English for specific purposes, English on air. See, now we are just passing through a pandemic, very critical situation, unprecedented, unforeseen, unanticipated. And I don't know how far it will prolong. So the market scenario will also change. The needs also get changed. So every industry, every specialization will need specific skills. So I'm talking about besides integration of all skills, 21st century skills. So that we call employability skills. That was also covered by Professor K.N. Shobha very nicely. It was very crystal clear. She presented a topic, I still remember, enhancing employability skills through professional communication in English. Of course, she mentioned engineering students, but it's applicable for all disciplines. Then I could find another wonderful topic, that is devising techniques to overcome challenges in teaching English as a second language. So we all are probably, English teachers here in this forum. And of course, this forum belongs to English teachers only. And we face a lot of challenges, especially in these, these critical circumstances. So here also, when we face challenges, so we say, or if there is one challenge, there are multiple solutions also. So that was also topic to the largest extent benefit to all of us. And then,
hello, sir. I think there is some participant, Priyananda madam. She wants to ask some question.
Yes, yes. Let me finish that. We can have a discussion.
That's what I'm about to say. Madam, you please speak. Okay.
Right.
Sorry, sir. Please carry.
We will surely, discuss, right?
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir.
So, because if we are stuck to one, and I will be
understood, sir.
Sorry to mention others. Okay.
Because she has raised her hand.
Equilibrium.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then, when we teach students, we have certain learning objectives in mind. So, how can we examine our students? How can we know that how far they have achieved? So, that was also taken up by Professor Karthika. That topic, questioning strategies for English language classrooms. So, what I mean to say, it is a blend of all the topics that we very much need today. And then there are all the skills covered, I hope so. One of them was, the teach speaking by tackling challenges. Okay, so that is also one of the skills, explained by Professor Divya John. And we are very thankful to all these speakers. And again, the 21st century skill, critical thinking. That was also nicely covered. And for academic reading and writing, students by Professor Deepesh, Chandrasekharan. See, you have a plethora of topics. There is no dot of talent, in ELT domain or ELT fraternity. Only thing is we don't get opportunity, and this is the platform where everyone has got opportunity to present his ideas. And then when you teach, go to the classroom, what are all teaching strategies you adopt so that you can achieve maximum learning outcomes? You can provide maximum, learning to the students. That was also provided by Professor K. Manasa to all of us. And we had esteemed speaker from Bangladesh and Professor Alfroz Akhtartina. I don't have words to appreciate her, and she has wonderfully presented, had the topic challenges and prospects of a language class in the post-COVID era. It was mentioned in the casual. So, likewise, all the speakers that were chosen or selected by the organizers, they are exemplary and par excellence. What to say, because they are so knowledgeable, so talented. Even words cannot, explain their talent. So now let me thank each one of the speakers here. presenters, and the credit goes to the participants also for the interaction also. Because if they are not with us, so we are meaningless here. So thanks to the administration and teachers also. And we are prepared to move on and to take on whatever challenges come next in our lives, probably post-pandemic I'm talking about. So we do not know what types of challenges we are going to encounter. So dear friends, I just want everyone to know that what a great gift it is to be prepared or as prepared as we are, because not all colleges, all schools offer such or forums offer such an advantage, such a wonderful conference, such a wonderful FDP. Here we have had a high degree of academic excellence, talent, acumen, professionalism, and that whether you intend to continue your education or your development or elevate your skills or not, you will truly benefit from what you learn here. And we can also thankful to, we just forget, I see my son and my daughters, they always object to me that you never thank us. So credit goes to our families also, because they, for the last 3 years, they are looking at us. Okay, with a lot of ups and downs, it's good to know that we had our families in our corner. So that is one personal. I'm talking about family as a teacher, ELT fraternity. That is forum we have, supporting us along the way. And thanks everyone for this, great participation. And if I say, we can be thankful to each other. Let me be more clear in this aspect. The friendships that we have made here will last a lifetime. In the way we have supported each other and helped each other succeed in these years at this forum. That we call webinar or FDPs. And I truly hope we will continue to provide support and encouragement for each other in future endeavors. Because, we are from different colleges, different nations, working in different countries. So we can collaborate, we can cooperate, we can coordinate. So that is the need of the hour. And now, how can we get inspiration? For example, I'm inspired by all the speakers, all the participants who has, overcome so much adversity to come to this platform. So all the presenters have been tenacious and have had such a, great attitude in the face of many setbacks. So whenever I get a little down about something that didn't turn out just the way I want to, or I wanted to, I remember these things. I remember these talks, especially we had, and it gives me perspective, lot of perspectives that I need. So thank you again for that. Congratulations to each one of you. And often, I conclude with a few words which I thought I would narrate it. I have seen quite often on these valedictory functions, we look outside for heroes, but I see them right here among us. I mean it. What I say, I mean it. I have seen in my years at different universities, different countries, that we don't have to look far for inspiration, and that we each have incredible potential and number of opportunities to make an inspiring contribution to others. How? By being true to our values, as ALT teachers and committing ourselves to lofty goals, lofty but realistic goals. So, in conclusion, I would say, when we leave here today, let's celebrate what we have accomplished from this FDP and look forward with an eye toward how you too can be inspiration for others. Okay, thank you very much. And any question, and we are open for the discussion. And I have concluded my anything, sir. You are most welcome. Thank you, organizers, once more.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Vadi Seshagiri Rao, Principal, St. Joseph College of Engineering, for delivering the presidential address. My special thanks to Dr. Vipin Sharma, Faculty and Head, Planning and Developing Unit, English Language Institute, Jahan University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the valedictory address. My sincere thanks to all the participants for the valuable feedback. The 3-day interactive FDP on challenges and prospects of teaching English language, literature, linguistics, and culture reaches its culmination now. I'm honored and deem it a great privilege to propose the word of thanks. Be thankful for what you have. You'll end up having more. If you concentrate on what you don't have, you'll never have enough. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. I take immense pleasure to thank our respected chairman, sir, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan, MA, MBA, PhD, who has constantly encouraged us in all our endeavors. I also thank our managing director, Mrs. Jessie Priya Ma'am, our director, Mr. B. Shashishekhar, sir, without whose support we will not be able to organize such innovative and informative sessions. I thank our principal, Dr. Vadi Seshagiri Rao, once again, and our dean, ma'am, Dr. B. Parudavardhani, without whose guidance this program would not have materialized. I heartily thank our head of the department, Dr. B. Balinaham, who is also the convener of this program, for extending a helping hand to organize such wonderful events. I thank all the participants who have joined us across the globe and making this 3-day FDP program highly interactive. I take this opportunity to thank multifarious speakers of this FDP for their knowledge sharing and making this colossal event a grand success. I also thank Vilta for associating with us. I thank all my department faculty, my friends, and student volunteers for their support. I thank one and all for their continuous support and making this FDP a memorable one. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Our special thanks to Professor Venkateshwara sir for taking the lead in conducting the entire proceedings, and he deserves our sincere appreciation. And special thanks to Professor Venkateshwara and its team for putting a good show. Once again, on behalf of Belta, I thank all the participants as well as the entire team of St. Joseph Engineering College. Best wishes once again, and see you all for the next program. Happy to work with you. It's indeed our proud privilege, and it's really a rewarding experience to be associated with St. Joseph organization. Thank you once again. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, Vipin sir.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Always ready to serve you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel humbled and honored by your presence, sir. Thank you, sir.
Of course, me too, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Seshagiri. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we thank you for joining us, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, all the participants. Thank you so much for joining us and making it a grand success.
The final feedback form will be posted in the final feedback form will be posted in the group. Please try to fill in the final feedback form so that we'll be happy to distribute the certificates based on the information that you provide. Thank you, participants. Thank you for being with us for all the 3 days.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Venkateshwara. It was wonderful. I wanted to thank your principal also. I think he has left. Please
Yes,
convey my sincere thanks to him for giving me a chance. Yeah, and all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. I thank all the
Nagakala ma'am, thank you so much and
Yeah.
for being with us. It's a really wonderful support and we really relish and enjoyed your session as well. And thank you for taking time off and being with us.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good day, ma'am. Good day to you.
Thank you for being with us, of course, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think each and every participant was with us and making this a memorable event. Thank you, participants.